The ocean has always been a place of wonder and beauty, but also of silence and mystery. It is where sunlight fades into the unknown, where maps turn white, and where the rules of the world dissolve. Some parts of the ocean are so remote, so dangerous, or so strictly restricted that few dare approach them. They are not typical regions. They are forbidden zones marked by mystery, guarded by nature or man, and shrouded in rumors of what lies beneath. Some are areas closed by governments or armies, hidden from the public. Others are dangerous expanses of sea, where ships disappear, instruments fail, and strange signals come from the depths. And then there are places that no one has ever wanted to discover. Hidden pits, sunken civilizations, underwater mountain ranges that throb with inexplicable energy. This is a journey through those places that the ocean keeps to itself. If this helps you calm down, rest assured that we will always be here. Subscribe. Our first destination begins with silence. Not only the absence of sound, but the silence of emission. The kind of silence that hides something behind nothing. It is a region of the South Pacific Ocean where, on paper, almost nothing occurs. A vast expanse between South America and New Zealand. No sea routes, no air routes, no islands, no military presence, just open sea. But when satellites began to map the Earth, they noticed something strange in this area. Something is missing. It's called Point Nemo, the most remote place on Earth. Point Nemo is located more than 1,400 nautical miles from the nearest landmass. If you were to stand in its center, however, you would need a boat and supplies for several weeks. You would be closer to the astronauts orbiting the Earth aboard the International Space Station than to any human being on land. It is a deeply isolated place, a true oceanic desert. But it is not the distance that makes Point Nemo mysterious. It is what has been placed there and what has vanished. Since the 1970s, Point Nemo has served as what space agencies call a spacecraft graveyard. Due to its remoteness, it is the place where satellites, space stations, and out-of-service modules are deliberately sent. Hundreds of tons of metal have crashed into this expanse of ocean. Soviet spacecraft, American modules, European hardware, all guided to the coordinates, falling from the sky like forgotten gods. The Mir space station was buried here in 2001. Its enormous structure disintegrated in the sky before disappearing into the sea. The Chinese station Tiangong, one followed in 2018. But here comes the strange thing. Despite all that debris, all that metal and debris, very little has been recovered from the bottom of Point Nemo, and sonar scanners have not revealed any significant accumulation on the seabed. The ocean here is deep. Yes, up to 4 kilometers in some places, but not so deep as to swallow huge satellites without a trace. So where are they? Some believe that the remains lie scattered in a wide radius, hidden beneath sediments. Others suggest that ocean currents carried the remains further than expected. But a more disturbing theory has begun to take root in fringe scientific circles. That there is something there, something that absorbs or hides the remains, something that watches. In 1997, an underwater hydrophone recorded one of the loudest and most inexplicable sounds ever captured. It originated less than 2,000 kilometers from Point Nemo. The sound, nicknamed the bloop, was so loud that it was heard more than 5,000 kilometers away. It resembled the frequency of a biological organism, meaning it could have been produced by something alive. But no marine creature is known to be large enough to produce such a sound. It appeared, rose, and faded, and has never been recorded again. When researchers checked its location, they found that it came from near the place where so many satellites have been sent, a place where nothing should live. And nevertheless, something did. Perhaps something ancient. Perhaps something that waits. Some even wonder if the remains, the satellites, the metal, and the data have not disappeared, but were taken. The Nemo Point is steeped in myths. The name itself is not accidental. Nemo means nobody in Latin. It is also the name of the captain of the Julio Verne novel, 20,000 Leagues of Submarine Travel, a man who secretly wandered the oceans under the waves in a ship that moved silently through the abyss. Some say that Verne predicted the Nemo point before it was named. Others say that it was chosen as homage. In any case, the result is still the same. A name that means nobody, a place made for nobody. And, nevertheless, it is full of echoes. The ships avoid the region, not by rule, but by custom. There is nothing to see, nothing to sell. There is no commerce, no refuge, no ports. The ocean here feels different. The currents are strange. The migratory routes deviate around the region, as if the animals perceive something that humans cannot. The whales avoid it. The birds do not pass over. Even the meteorological systems deviate, leaving an area of unnatural calm. But that calm seems artificial. NASA and other agencies continue using it as an impact zone, and it is planned that in the coming years more objects will fall here, including parts of the International Space Station when it is dismantled. Someday, more than 100 spaceships will lie somewhere under that sea. If they are still there, divers have never reached the true seabed of the Nemo point. Not with manned missions, not even with submersibles. The cost, the risk, the uselessness. They say that it is not worth the effort, but some private expeditions have tried. One sent an underwater drone in 2015. Contact was lost 3 hours after the immersion. Reportedly, another expedition, whose name is unknown, recorded anomalous magnetic readings before abandoning its mission. Officially, they found nothing. Unofficially, some claim that the drone returned with corrupt images and melted sensors. The pressure should not have damaged it. The temperature was adequate, but something interfered, something that they could not explain. So the Nemo point remains forbidden, not by law, but by nature, or something deeper than nature. Something that observes the fall of the satellites, listens to the pulses of the sonar, and waits in the silence. On the maps, it is only marked by coordinates, without warnings, without notes. But if you go into that region without land in sight, without planes above you, and without signals that reach you, it is possible that you will feel it. The weight of something enormous, hidden just below your boat. It is not a presence, nor a form, only a sensation, as if the ocean remembered what has fallen and never lets it go. Second part, the fault of the Red Sea, where the ocean tears itself apart. The ocean often seems like a passive force, a vast, still blue canvas. But under the waves, the earth is always changing. There are places where the ocean is not limited to covering the earth. It divides it. Under the surface, enormous geological scars extend along thousands of kilometers, silently pulling the planet in opposite directions. One of the most spectacular and least known hidden borders is located in the depths of the Red Sea, between the Arabian Peninsula and the northeast of Africa. The Red Sea is more than just a narrow channel of water. It is a border, a place where tectonic forces not only touch, but tear each other apart. This is the Red Sea Fault, an underwater abyss that widens every year, centimeter by centimeter, silently separating two huge fragments of Earth's crust. It is one of the youngest oceanic faults on the planet. And yet, in the darkness, something much older is happening. Something strange and perhaps forbidden. To understand the mystery of the Red Sea Fault, one must imagine the seabed as a wound. It extends for 1,400 m in an almost perfect line from the Gulf of Suez to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Along that wound, magma pushes up from the Earth's mantle, separating the tectonic plates of Arabia and Africa. It is a natural process, but here it is happening faster than almost anywhere else. Some scientists believe that the Red Sea is slowly turning into a new ocean basin. They say that in a few million years, it will divide the continent completely. But this is where things get weird. In 2020, researchers monitoring the seabed in the southern Red Sea recorded a huge underwater eruption. It happened without warning. Sensors placed on the seabed suddenly detected strong tremors and peaks of thermal activity. When satellites flew over the region days later, they observed something even more surprising. New land. A volcanic island had emerged from the sea almost overnight. It was arid, steaming, newly formed from cooled lava. But that was just the beginning. Soon after, robotic submersibles began exploring the rift. What they found beneath the site of the eruption was not just magma. It was geometry, perfectly hexagonal basalt formations that rose like pillars from the depths. They were similar in shape to the famous Giant's Causeway in Ireland or the Devil's Postpile in California. But these formations were deeper, larger, and stranger. Some seemed almost arranged, not placed by human hands, but guided by something, some force, into a symmetrical stone cathedral. These volcanic pillars were not the only anomaly. In the depths of the rift, hydrothermal vents were discovered that spewed superheated water rich in minerals. Around them, colonies of life clustered in impossible abundance. Tube worms, shrimp, and bacteria that survived not thanks to sunlight, but to the chemical heat of the earth itself. These black smokers, as they are called, have existed in other oceans. But those in the Red Sea rift behaved differently. The water around these fumaroles was unusually dense and viscous, with a strange glow that distorted light. The instruments that were launched into the fumarole fields began to fail. The cameras failed, the lenses fogged up. The drones returned with distorted images, some showing flickering shapes just out of frame, like shadows moving underwater, but never fully seen. And then the signal arrived. In 2021, a group of marine geologists studying the edge of the fault captured a pulsating, rhythmic frequency. It resonated in the low band of the audio spectrum, barely audible but persistent. The pattern repeated every 27 minutes. A long series of pulses followed by silence. The signal did not come from Earth's crust. It was not seismic and did not resemble any known marine life or machine call pattern. It came from a fault. The team recorded the signal and moved on. But a few months later, an independent expedition, unaware of the previous discovery, detected the same signal. This time, closer to the southern mouth of the Red Sea. The pulses had shifted. Now they occurred every 24 minutes. Shorter, closer, more frequent than they stopped. Some suggest it is simply tectonic movements, rocks rubbing, or magma moving. Others believe it could be a new type of underwater resonance amplified by the Red Sea's narrow geometry. But among the divers and researchers who visited the region, a more discreet theory circulates. The Red Sea Fault is not just a crack in the earth. It is a door, a place where something ancient is awakening, or perhaps something that never slept. Arab myths speak of the fire beings, Ifrit, trapped in the depths of the earth, sealed under the sea. The Book of Jubilees, a forgotten writing, refers to the crack in the waters of the east, where the earth broke in judgment. Even the Quran describes a barrier between two seas, a mystical border where the waters do not mix, hinting at a forbidden convergence. And this is where myth meets science. The Red Sea Fault is flanked by two chemically distinct bodies of water, the salty Mediterranean and the nutrient-rich currents of the Indian Ocean. Where they meet, the waters behave strangely. At certain depths, they do not mix. The layers remain isolated, suspended one above the other like oil and water. This rare phenomenon, called metamixis, creates invisible walls under the sea. Some layers are dense, brackish, and toxic. Others are teeming with life, but between them are transition zones, thin and silent barriers where physics begins to fail. In 2019, a sample was taken from one of these layers. What was obtained was not normal. The water was saturated with heavy metals far above expected levels. Uranium, manganese, mercury, all without a clear volcanic source. Worse still, the microbial life in the sample showed genetic markers not found in any known species on Earth. Extraterrestrial, not in the sense of science fiction, but in the biological sense. Life that does not follow the rules of evolution on the surface. If there are organisms like that here, it can only mean two things. Either life began in places like this, in the depths of the planet's poisonous cracks, or it arrived here, brought, trapped, or hidden. The Red Sea Fault is not closed to the public, but much of it remains unmapped. Naval authorities from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Eritrea patrol the waters for reasons they rarely explain. Fishing boats report GPS failures near the southern end of the fault. Submersibles are discouraged from venturing too far. The official explanation is safety, but some believe it is containment. Thus, the fault continues to grow silently, widening the wound in the earth, centimeter by centimeter, kilometer by kilometer, every 1,000 years. But in the stillness of that scar, under the water and under the rock, something may already be listening. Perhaps it always has been. And every 24 minutes, it remembers. Part 3. The Zone of Silence Under the Weddell Sea. In the confines of the Antarctic Ocean, where even satellites have difficulty seeing through the perpetual cloud cover and drifting ice, there's an expanse of sea so calm and remote that scientists believed it was simply empty. But what was hidden under the Weddell Sea was not emptiness. It was a silence so deep, so absolute, that it began to raise questions not only about what the sea was hiding, but about whether that silence itself was the clue. The Weddell Sea is located east of the Antarctic Peninsula. Wrapped in a circle of dense ice and roaring winds, it is one of the most isolated and least explored oceanic areas on Earth. For most of the year, its surface is covered by shifting currents and huge tabular icebergs that break off from Antarctica's Larsen Ice Shelf. Beneath this icy layer, the ocean plunges into deep abyssal plains, flat expanses of the seabed that at first glance appear featureless but harbor some of the coldest, most stable, and secretive waters in the world. And it is here, in these depths, where something strange happens. Sonar mapping is the first tool scientists use to study the ocean floor. But in the Weddell Sea, sonar behaves differently. In the early 2000s, a German research vessel attempted to map a stretch of the seabed near the Filchner Ice Shelf. They launched autonomous underwater vehicles designed to map the terrain using multi-beam echo sounders. But when the data arrived, the readings were not just incomplete. They were blank. It was not a technical failure, nor were they coded. They were simply silent, a clean void, as if the sonar pulses had disappeared in the middle of the transmission without ever bouncing back. Intrigue, they repeated scans. They moved the ship, adjusted frequencies, changed equipment, but again, the sound disappeared in that same section, approximately 17 nautical miles wide and 5 miles deep. When they finally recovered an underwater drone, it presented no mechanical problems, but its audio recorders had stopped capturing anything the moment it crossed the anomaly. Neither static nor distortion, simply nothing. The scientists called it the Zone of Silence. At first, they suspected the underwater topography, perhaps a steep pit or a dense sediment that absorbed the sound, but the biometric models did not explain it. Others wondered if there was some kind of geothermal vent, a bloom of heat that warped the sonar, but no temperature anomalies were detected. The water was calm, the pressure stable, the currents normal, but the silence persisted. Then came the study of whales. In 2013, marine biologists following the migratory patterns of blue whales and fin whales noticed something strange. The whales marked with satellites that normally moved in wide circular loops through the Southern Ocean systematically avoided this region of the Weddell Sea. Every time one approached the perimeter of the Zone of Silence, it changed course, not abruptly, but as if something invisible discouraged and pushed it away. The whales, especially blue whales, communicate across hundreds of kilometers using low-frequency calls. The acoustic properties of the Weddell Sea should have made it an ideal place for those signals to travel. But the hydrophones placed near the zone captured a pattern. The whales' songs arrived from afar, but then were abruptly interrupted, without fading or distorting. They simply ended, as if entering the zone, they were silenced. It was a strange idea, an oceanic region that eats sound, that does not disturb or disperse it, but silences it. And that idea began to attract the attention of another type of researcher. In 2015, a classified maritime exercise of the NATO involved the deployment of a new generation of underwater surveillance devices destined to detect unauthorized submarine traffic under the polar regions. Several of these devices were placed around the perimeter of the Weddell Sea for testing, but 2 units stationed near the Zone of Silence did not report after deployment. Their last signals were registered at 2:47 a.m. Both were cut within 30 seconds of each other, despite being separated by more than 12 nautical miles. When remotely operated vehicles were sent to recover them, they found no remains, no debris, no signs of malfunction, only open sea, empty seabed, and a wall of absolute silence. The devices were never found. In 2016, a Russian oceanographic team tried to carry out a covert study of the zone. Reportedly, they were investigating anomalies in the thermocline, but the record of their equipment showed a different objective: profiling the subsoil, a method used to detect objects buried under the seabed. A few days after beginning the mission, the ship reported mechanical problems and returned abruptly to port. But a leak from one of the scientists later revealed something disturbing. According to their deep profile scanners, there seemed to be a symmetrical structure buried 80 m under the sediment inside the zone. It was not a rock or a shipwreck, but a dome. The structure was smooth and curved, too perfect to be natural. It was almost 600 feet in diameter and emitted a weak magnetic field. When the team tried to start a scan with sonar directly over it, the equipment failed. Not only the sonar, but also other instruments, gyroscopes, altimeters, water samplers, all began to behave erratically. Some of the digital records captured repeated anomalies in the time code itself, as if the internal clocks had desynchronized. The records jumped forward, froze, repeated, as if time itself was slipping. The team withdrew, and their findings were sealed. None of this appears in the official records. Of course, the Weddell Sea is an area protected by the Antarctic Treaty. The investigation is supervised. The environmental impact is strictly controlled, but the stories began to spread in private circles. Stories of strange compasses, equipment that refused to work, divers who reported nausea or migraines after passing near the region, submariners who swore they had heard something. Nothing, neither the hum of the ship nor the currents, not even their own breathing. Only the sensation of being observed by something invisible, something ancient. The native legends of Antarctica are scarce. Few people have lived here long enough to create stories. But the Yamana people of Tierra del Fuego, who sailed the subantarctic waters for generations, spoke of the White Void, a place where spirits slept under the ice and the sky never spoke, where the birds stopped their singing and the seals did not swim. No one knew if it was real until now. So what is the zone of silence? A geological coincidence? A concentration of deep sediments that perfectly dampen sound? A dense pocket of brine deformed by magnetic interference? Or something older, buried under the ice, under the sediments, under the memory of humanity? Whatever it is, the frozen sea does not reveal its secrets easily. It remains shrouded in darkness and cold, shrouded in a silence that is not natural, but imposed. And under its icy lid, something waits, without sleeping, without dying, just listening. Fourth part, the submerged observatory of Point Nemo. There's a place in the Pacific Ocean where no human being lives. There is no island and no ship stays long. It is the farthest point on Earth from any landmass. Officially known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, sailors call it Point Nemo, in honor of Jules Verne's elusive captain, surrounded by more than 1,600 kilometers of water in all directions. It's the closest thing to being alone on Earth. But Point Nemo is more than just a remote place. It is, in every sense, forbidden. It all started as a geographical curiosity. Located at 48 degrees 526 minutes south and 123 degrees 236 minutes west, Point Nemo is so far from land that the closest human beings are usually the astronauts orbiting aboard the International Space Station. There are no nearby islands, no sea routes, no currents that bring nutrients from the coast. The waters here are sterile, almost lifeless. Phytoplankton figures are surprisingly low. Fish avoid this region. Even seabirds rarely pass overhead. It is as if the ocean itself forgot that this place exists. And yet, something lies below. In 1997, a huge underwater sound shook the sensors of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The noise detected by multiple hydrophones thousands of kilometers away rapidly increased in frequency and volume before disappearing. It did not resemble any previously recorded seismic or volcanic activity. The NOAA called it bloop, and when the origin of the sound was triangulated, it pointed to one place, Point Nemo. Scientists at the time suggested that it could be ice detached from a glacier or the echo of a collapsing underwater mountain. But that explanation never really satisfied anyone. The frequency was organic, and no creature so large, at least known to science, could exist, let alone emit such a sound in waters so devoid of life. Even so, the mystery was filed away until 2015, when a private underwater research company known as Oceanic obtained a permit to explore a trench near Point Nemo. Their expedition, kept in great secrecy, used a manned submersible equipped with high-resolution images and supporting autonomous drones. The official objective was to test underwater robotics in conditions of extreme isolation. But internal documents leaked years later told a different story. They were investigating something old. In the days leading up to the descent, Oceanic recorded a series of anomalies. During the night, low-frequency vibrations resonated in the hull of their research vessel. Although no seismic activity was detected nearby, the ship's magnetic sensors fluctuated for no apparent reason. And once they crossed the 1,000 mark, their sonar began to behave erratically, the echoes returning out of phase or not returning at all. Then came the immersion. 2 pilots descended in the submersible, guided by a drone that moved ahead of them like Scout. At 3,200 m, the trench widened, and in the midst of that silence, something emerged from the darkness. At first, it looked like a rocky outcrop, an irregular ridge rising from the abyss. But the edges were too clean, the shape too deliberate. For vertical pylons, evenly spaced, with narrow slits along their length. Among them was raised a dome, like an observatory, except it was half buried in sediments and covered by a thin layer of calcified growth. Its surface was engraved with lines, furrows, and concentric circles that pulsed under the submersible's light like ancient circuits. The pilot stopped. The drone's transmission to the surface began faltering, and then the lights flickered, not only inside the submersible, but in the dome itself. Small flickering pulses, like the last breath of something inactive for a long time. The water shone faintly around them, not from bioluminescence, but by another distortion. The light curved, the shadows moved oddly, and as quickly as it had begun, it all ended. The pilots came to the surface, visibly shocked. When asked what they had seen, one simply replied that he was watching. In less than 48 hours, the expedition was canceled. The ship left without any explanation. All the equipment, including the sonar logs and underwater images, was confiscated. No further dives were attempted. Since then, the area has been discreetly marked as restricted, although no official statement has been made. But something in that place kept drawing attention. In 2017, a Russian military satellite tasked with tracking the movement of submarines in the South Pacific reported a strange point near Point Nemo. It was not a submarine. It was something bigger, much bigger. For 11 seconds, a thermal signal the size of a cruise ship was recorded at 4,000 m below the surface. And then it disappeared. There were no ships nearby, no planes flying over the area, just the empty ocean, silent as always. And the rumors continue. The old sailors speak of that region as cursed. The stories of Chilean fishermen describe strange banks of fog that never move, compass needles that spin freely, and radios that go dead. And once, in 1989, a lifeboat was found adrift near that stretch of sea, empty, weathered, nameless. But inside, dry and spotless, was a diary. The pages were covered in strange glyphs, none matching any known language, all drawn with a shaky, repetitive hand. The last page simply said, "He sees it." So what is Point Nemo, really? A satellite cemetery. Some say it is the final resting place of space debris. But that's only in the sky. Under the waves, something else waits. The structure that the pilots found does not correspond to any known civilization. There are no errors, no cultural traces. The ocean should have buried it eons ago. And yet, it still stands, watching, waiting, keeping a silence that stretches for kilometers. Perhaps it was built as an observatory, but not to observe the stars. Perhaps it watches us from the deepest, loneliest corner of the ocean, where no ships pass and no life dares to remain. Point Nemo remains a forbidden zone, a scar on the sea's face, where the sound once resonated and then never again, where light bends and time is forgotten, where silence is not peace, but its presence. Fifth part, the ghost labyrinth of the Baltic anomaly. In the summer of 2011, a team of Swedish treasure hunters aboard the research vessel Oceanic explored the bottom of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland, hoping to find shipwrecks with valuable cargo. The sonar sweep was routine, a slow arc over a part of the seabed almost devoid of interest. But what they found below was anything but normal. The object they captured with the sonar was enormous, almost 200 feet in diameter, perfectly circular, and rested on the seabed like a buried spaceship. It would be known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. At first glance, it looked like a flying saucer, a circular dome with defined edges that rose from the seabed and was connected to a long trail that bore an unsettling resemblance to a skid mark, suggesting that it had moved before becoming still. The image went viral on the internet, unleashing a storm of speculation. Was a sunken structure from World War II, a Nazi experiment that had gone wrong, or something older, something not of this world? Oceanic decided to investigate directly. On their second dive, the team brought high-definition cameras, sediment samplers, and electromagnetic sensors. What they reported was strange. The object not only had an unusual shape, it interfered with their electronic devices. The cameras failed. The satellite phones were cut off. The magnetometer on their boat went crazy. Even the compasses rotated slowly, unable to fix on north. As they descended, the anomaly began to reveal itself. It was not smooth like metal, but rough and striated, almost like burnt stone. The divers claimed that the surface presented patterns, repeated lines, symmetrical grooves, and deep vertical ridges. Some even said it felt warm to the touch, although the surrounding water was just above freezing. When the samples were brought to the surface, they appeared to contain rare minerals, some of which are not normally found on the Baltic seabed. But the most disturbing thing was what was underneath. A diver exploring the base of the object discovered a strange hollow, like an entrance framed by two vertical supports. Inside, a narrow passage curved down into the rock. The light did not penetrate far, but the diver claimed to see chambers, small cavities carved into the rock with geometric precision. No form of marine life ventured in. No barnacles, no fish, just silence and cold. After surfacing, he described it not as a ruin or a wreck, but as a labyrinth, a sunken and excavated temple. The next dive ended prematurely. The team failed. The submersible pilot suffered sudden nausea and vertigo, forcing a return in an emergency. Another diver reported that he had heard a low hum, like a mechanical drone, resonating in his helmet, although no one else could hear it. What had begun as a rescue operation had become something completely different. The team returned to Sweden and published some images. But behind the scenes, the interest of third parties intensified. Scientists, military contacts, and obscure organizations began to investigate the anomaly. Soon, Oceanic's communications were restricted. The third expedition never took place. No reason was given. The area was discreetly marked as dangerous for divers, citing magnetic anomalies and unstable seabed conditions. Years passed, but the anomaly remained in the minds of those who knew it. Some researchers examining the sonar data noticed something deeply strange. The shape of the anomaly reflected ancient megalithic structures. One expert pointed out that the ridges on its surface resembled the arrangement of the Alcifini hypogeum in Malta, an underground temple known for its acoustic resonance chambers. Another pointed out that its dimensions were disturbingly similar to the base of the Great Pyramid, down to the angular changes between the surfaces. Some even dared to suggest that it was not just a structure. It was an inactive machine, broken but not dead. In 2016, a classified report was briefly leaked on the internet before disappearing. It claimed that a NATO submarine had passed near the Baltic anomaly and had lost navigation for 37 seconds. The entire vessel deviated from its course, and a sudden increase in pressure was recorded around the hull. When the systems returned to function, the submarine's internal clock was delayed by 11 minutes. The crew did not notice anything unusual until they resurfaced and realized that they had lost something more than the coordinates. They had lost time. The official explanation was a failure in the instruments, but the report contained a barely legible note at the end of the scan. It said, active magnetic discharge, possible resonance. That recommends long-term monitoring. And nevertheless, the anomaly remains intact. No government claims it. There are no public investigations. And nevertheless, its perfect symmetry, its electromagnetic interference, and impossible geometry are still there. Some say it is just a rock, a glacial deposit molded by the ice. Others believe that it is something ancient, a vestige of a forgotten era, something left behind by a civilization we have never known, or something that arrived here, not from above, but from below, a structure waiting to awaken. The divers who explored the underground labyrinth described inexplicable sensations, as if they were watched, as if the water had a heartbeat. One of them even refused to dive again. He claimed that he had dreams afterwards. Circular rooms, stone rooms that pulsed with light. Whispers in an unknown language that resonated through the corridors and always ended in a single, always locked door. It may never be known what is hidden in the heart of the Baltico anomaly. Perhaps it is an ancient temple submerged by time. Perhaps it is a ship, waiting to resurface. Or perhaps it is a warning buried under the cold water, surrounded by silence. A forbidden place that resists being understood and punishes curiosity. In the infinite cold of the depths of the Baltico, something waits in darkness. Immobile, silent, observing, the labyrinth is real and not empty. 6-part. The sunken area under Point Nemo. There is a place in the Pacific Ocean to which no human being has ever belonged. It is not a place that can be reached by boat for comfort, nor is it marked by islands or land masses. In fact, it is the opposite. This point, known as Point Nemo, is the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. The furthest place from any land on Earth, more than 1,400 nautical miles from the nearest coast in all directions. Point Nemo drifts in the heart of the South Pacific Gyre, an oceanic desert so vast and empty that even marine life avoids it. But what if the true mystery of Point Nemo is not only its isolation, but what is hidden underneath? The name Nemo comes from the famous captain of Jules Verne, a man who disappeared under the waves, and it fits like a ring to the finger. The coordinates are like an oceanic cemetery, silent, remote, and disturbingly lifeless. Unlike other parts of the sea, full of fish, corals, and predators, the region surrounding Point Nemo is disturbingly arid. The currents of the gyre isolate it from nutrient-rich flows, making it one of the most desolate marine ecosystems on Earth. But despite this emptiness, or perhaps precisely because of it, it has attracted the attention of scientists, conspiracy theorists, and seekers of mysteries in the deep sea. It all started with a sound. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the U.S., NOAA, captured an underwater acoustic signal coming from this region. The noise was powerful, so loud that it was detected more than 3,000 miles away by hydrophones deployed to track submarine activity. They called the sound bloop. At first, scientists were baffled. The bloop was organic, not mechanical or seismic, but no known animal could have produced it. If it came from a living being, that being would have to be larger than a blue whale. Much larger. Nothing in the natural world corresponded to its acoustic footprint or its origin. It came from just east of Point Nemo. Speculation skyrocketed. Was something lurking under the GI? A leviathan from depths unknown to science? Was it an unknown species that had lived undetected in the abyssal plains? Or was it not biological at all? Later investigations by NOAA suggested the sound came from ice earthquakes, massive glacier fractures. But critics were quick to point out that there are no glaciers near Point Nemo, no ice platforms, or anything that could produce such a sound in that region. It remains unexplained today, but the bloop isn't the only anomaly. Point Nemo has also been the site of strange satellite behavior. On multiple occasions, satellites crossing overhead have recorded small magnetic fluctuations in the region, brief, barely detectable disturbances in Earth's magnetic field. These have been dismissed as coincidences attributed to solar activity or minor instrumentation errors. But the fact is they occur here, not in other parts of the open ocean. Then there's also the issue of the space cemetery. Due to its remoteness from human civilization, Point Nemo has been designated as an official reentry zone for Earth satellites. Out-of-service satellites, space stations, and pieces of interplanetary probes are sent to crash here to minimize risk. More than 260 spacecraft have been directed to burn up upon impact here, including massive pieces of mere and orbital technology from the Cold War. In some cases, debris the size of school buses has survived reentry, sinking into these waters. But this is where things become disturbing. Not all accidents have been accounted for. There have been cases classified by agencies in which objects re-entered and disappeared completely. No remains, splashes, or confirmation, as if something caught them or, worse, absorbed them entirely. Some theorists believe that there is something under Point Nemo, something ancient, something that is not of human construction. A structure, perhaps even biomechanical, that emits low-frequency sounds, absorbs electromagnetic waves, and perhaps even influences the flow of currents around it. There are rumors of a trench deeper than Mariana, unmeasured and unmapped, stretching like a scar under the gyre. Some satellite images, long erased, supposedly showed small swirls forming geometric figures near its center. Triangles, hexagons, patterns too symmetrical to seem natural. An oceanographer from Nueva Zelanda, who asked to remain anonymous, stated in a private journal that sonar pulses sent to the region encountered echoes that returned distorted, not by depth or interference, but as if the pulses were absorbed and re-emitted, deformed, as if they were bouncing off something that moved, that was not solid, something almost alive. Another anomaly is the absence of life. Marine biologists point out Point Nemo is not only nutrient poor, it is biologically empty beyond what one would expect there. Plankton populations are abnormally low, and fish avoid the region as if instinctively repelled. Migratory species border its limits, as if there was an invisible wall. Whales passing through there often abruptly change course, diving to deeper levels or leaving completely. And yet, those venturing closer describe an unsettling feeling. A deep-sea expedition in 2015 sent an unmanned submarine to explore the ocean floor near Point Nemo. It returned, but the video images were corrupted, with audio interference and strange flickers that looked like light reflections in the absolute darkness. There was no real explanation. No failure was ever detected. And in one frame, just one, a fleeting image, what looked like a shadow against the seabed, spiral-shaped, as if something etched it into the silt. A signature or just a mark. What lies beneath Point Nemo is still a mystery. Perhaps it is nothing more than a perfect accident of nature, an empty space on Earth designed to collect forgotten things. Or perhaps it is the opposite, a place designed to be forgotten, a place that forgets all of us. Because in this cold, dead center of the sea, where fish do not swim, where birds do not fly, and where even satellites are sent to die, something waits, and it does not want to be found at all. Seventh part, the Forbidden Lagoon of Palmyra, atoll in the Pacific. Between Hawaii and American Samoa lies a remote ring of coral and sand known as the Palmyra Atoll. Technically uninhabited and an unincorporated territory of the United States, it's a speck in the ocean that most maps do not even bother to label. But Palmyra has been much more than a forgotten reef for a long time now. Beneath its turquoise lagoons and whispering palm trees lies a convoluted, disturbing, forbidden history like few places on Earth. From the air, Palmyra seems precious, almost idyllic. A turquoise ring of shallow water surrounding a series of emerald islets, surrounded by kilometers of empty sea. But as soon as you set foot ashore, the sensation changes. The air becomes denser now, the silence grows deeper, and the jungle that covers the small land masses seems more like a cage than a forest. The visitors, although they are few, usually describe the same sensation: a pressure that oppresses the chest, an unease that settles in the chest, as if the island itself were watching. Legally, Palmyra is closed off to the public. To access it, a written permit from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service is required, and in recent decades, only scientific expeditions or military personnel have set foot there. But before those restrictions, during World War II, Palmyra was used as a naval base. It was chosen for its remoteness, impossible to access without deliberate effort, and for its natural lagoon, which allowed refueling and landing of planes. The United States Navy built runways, installed communication towers, and established a small but significant presence. And then they left almost overnight. The base was abandoned completely. Materials were left behind. The buildings deteriorated, and nature quickly reclaimed the land. But what caused the sudden withdrawal has never been fully explained. Official reports speak of strategic restructuring. However, internal communications suggest something more. Incidents that worried the commanding officers. Unexplained disappearances, equipment failures that could not be reproduced, strange electromagnetic interferences that affected radios and compasses, soldiers who suffered vivid nightmares and hallucinations, often about drowning or being dragged under the water. And a recurring detail, a shadow that moved through the lagoon at night, long and slow, like a huge creature sliding just beneath the surface. In 1974, Palmyra became the center of a murder case so strange that it seemed like fiction. A wealthy couple, Malcolm and Eleanor Graham, who were sailing the South Pacific aboard their yacht, the Seawind, decided to anchor near Palmyra for what was supposed to be a short break. What happened next has never been fully clarified. The Seawind was found days later, abandoned and looted. Eleanor's corpse was never recovered. Malcolm's remains were discovered later, partially decomposed, buried in jungle. Two vagrants who had also anchored nearby were accused of the crime, but the motives never made sense. The case attracted national attention, and authors such as Vincent Bugliosi would later write books about it. But many believe that the real story is much darker, that something in Palmyra changed the people who stayed there too long. That madness, or something worse, seeps from its heart. But that story is only the surface. In the depths of Palmyra's central lagoon, there is a place where light does not reach. Although the water is clear, scientists who have mapped the lagoon with sonar describe it as abnormally deep for an atoll. There are sudden drops, vertical wells that sink sharply into the darkness, as if the seabed had opened up. Divers who have ventured to descend through these wells describe a kind of blackness that is not only dark, but feels thick and heavy. Some have experienced unexpected pressure changes despite not being near the depth at which they should occur. Others report losing track of time or coming out disoriented, gasping as if they had been much deeper than their instruments recorded. In 2001, a team conducting coral research dropped a camera tied to a rope into one of the deep vents in the lagoon. For the first 30 meters, the images showed the expected seabed: white sand, broken corals, fish moving quickly. Then, the signal was cut off and turned to static. They recovered the device. The casing was intact. The lens had no cracks, but the memory had been erased. It was not damaged, but erased as if it had never been used. Another team reported strange background radiation readings at the southern end of the atoll. Compared to baseline oceanic levels, a localized peak was observed, concentrated in a small area near a submerged cove that fish did not access. The readings were not high enough to indicate weapons testing or any known disaster. They were simply abnormal. The kind of anomaly that defies any easy explanation. A sailor from a private expedition described Palmyra as a place of inverted presence. He said it seemed like something was buried there, not physically, but spiritually, that all the leaves on the island seemed to lean inward, as if the jungle was folding in on itself. He refused to sleep on the beach and instead remained awake all night, staring at the calm water and swearing that he heard voices beneath the surface. When they asked him later to explain it, he could only say one thing. There is something down there that remembers. Even the birds behave differently. Seabirds are common on all the islands of the Pacific, normally noisy, playful, and curious. But not here. In Palmyra, they're silent. They stand still for long periods, sometimes gathering in unusual groups, watching the water, and occasionally disappearing. The flocks that are there one day disappear the next without signs of flight or predation. They simply vanish. Why is Palmyra forbidden? Officially, it's to protect the fragile ecosystem. In private, those who have worked there say it is because people begin to change after a few days. They become irritable and paranoid. Some have nightmares with enormous eyes that open in the reef. Others dream of an infinite mouth that opens under the lagoon, not made of flesh, but of coral and light. And there's always the water, calm and still, even when strong winds blow. Some believe that Palmyra was once a larger landmass that sank, partly consumed by tectonic instability or rising sea levels. But others believe it sank for a reason, that it was not destroyed by the sea, but delivered to it, that any secret it hides was destined to remain out of reach, not forever, but for now. Because in the depths of the calm, shallow waters and the eyes of Palmyra, beyond the abandoned barracks and the ruined runways, and at the bottom of the central well of the forbidden lagoon, something waits. It does not sleep. It does not rise. It simply exists in silence, in pressure, in time. And like all things that are kept hidden for a long time, it is beginning to remember the surface. Part 8. The ghost zone of the Devil's Sea to the east of Filipinas, extending toward the Pacific between Japan and the Islas Marianas. There is a stretch of ocean that has been feared, avoided, and the subject of rumors for centuries. The Japanese call it Mano Yumi, the Sea of the Devil. For Western sailors, it is sometimes compared to the Bermuda Triangle, disturbing twin on the other side of the world. But, unlike the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea hides its secrets more deeply. Its myths are older, and the disappearances it claims are colder, quieter, and more definitive. On maps, it looks like nothing special, just another expanse of water among the thousands that intertwine in the Pacific. But both sailors and locals know that there is something different about this area. It begins southeast of Tokyo and extends outward like an invisible wedge, a triangle that seems to swallow ships. Within this triangle, vessels have disappeared without sending distress signals. Planes have entered it and never come out again. Storms that arise from nowhere break loose. Electronic devices break down, and time seems to stop. There are no official warnings on nautical charts, but those who navigate the area know the law well. Fishermen avoid it. Pilots surround it. And when they're asked why, they give no technical reasons. They simply say it is because it is alive. The legends surrounding the Devil's Sea go back hundreds of years. Japanese folklore speaks of dragons that live underwater, immense snakes that coil around the mountains under the ocean and come to the surface during storms. Ancient texts describe whirlpools that appear out of nowhere, bright orbs that rise from the water, and spectral ships that sail without a crew. Some believe that the sea marks a border, a place where the world we know touches something older, something that watches us. In modern times, one of the most infamous incidents occurred between 1952 and 1954 when the Japanese government sent a research vessel, the Ko Maru No. 5, to the area to investigate a series of disappearances. The ship was well equipped and had scientists and military observers on board. Its mission was to study the seismic and magnetic anomalies disturbing maritime traffic. They hoped to find underwater volcanoes or magnetic faults, anything that would explain the increasing number of missing ships. The Ko Maru No. 5 never returned. No distress signal was sent. No remains were found. The 31 crew members disappeared. After that, the Japanese government declared the area too dangerous for investigation. They discreetly abandoned any subsequent mission. No official statement was made. But it is not only that the sea swallows ships, it is that it changes things. The survivors, however few, report strange effects when passing through the area. The captain of a cargo ship, whose vessel unexpectedly entered the area during a typhoon, later described a total collapse of time. He claimed that the clocks on board stopped and that none of the crew remembered how long they had been adrift. The hours passed without them realizing it. The men recounted vivid hallucinations of people standing on the water or music resonating in the empty sea. When they came out of the storm, their instruments reset as if they had never been there. Navigation is unreliable here. Compasses spin slowly or freeze. GPS signals fail or lead ships in slow circles. Communications are interrupted even in clear weather. Sonar often returns distorted readings, ghostly echoes of terrain that does not exist. Some sonar maps show deep pits that disappear on the next pass. Others show objects moving far below the surface, massive shapes rising and falling out of range, and occasionally ships detect phantom contacts, signals that suddenly appear and drift silently across the screens, only to disappear the moment someone tries to visually confirm them. Then there are the silent zones. Certain areas within the Devil's Sea are known for a total drop in ambient noise. There is no wind, no waves, no animal sounds. Even conversations on board seem muffled, as if the air itself were muffled. A yacht that entered the area described how even footsteps on deck sounded distant, as if coming from another room. Another crew claimed that during the crossing, the stars seemed to move, not twinkle, but shift very slightly, as if the sky were stretching. They left the area days later without remembering having slept, and with video recordings showing long hours of aimless movement through an unremarkable sea. Skeptics blame underwater volcanic activity. The region lies along the Pacific Ring of Fire, with tectonic instability and possible gas eruptions. Methane bubbles rising from the ocean floor can, in theory, cause ships to lose buoyancy and sink without a trace. That theory works on paper, but it does not explain the disappearance of planes, the lost time, the equipment failures that leave no digital trace, or the sightings, since people see things in the Devil's Sea. Fishermen talk about reflected vessels, perfect copies of ships that appear on the horizon and disappear as they approach. Military observers once reported a huge structure that briefly rose above the water during a reconnaissance mission in the 1960s. It was described as angular, black, and silent, like a pyramid without a top, half submerged and steaming in the sun. When a plane flew back over it, it had disappeared. Divers who have explored the outer limits of the area say that the terrain below is strange. There are underwater cliffs that form unnatural angles with rock formations that appear carved, not eroded. A team of divers captured sonar data of a huge circular pit deeper than any other surrounding formation, more than 9,000 m deep, with smooth, symmetrical walls. When asked if it could be a collapsed caldera or a sinkhole, the chief technician simply shrugged. "Geology doesn't work like that," he said quietly. "Construction works like that." There are even rumors of biological anomalies. Gigantic cephalopods, schools of fish that behave as if controlled by a single mind. A deep-sea jellyfish photographed in 2008 that pulsed with irregular patterns. Once deciphered, the exact Morse code spelled out what some believe to be an ancient Japanese phrase meaning sleep. But no one knows what it is exactly. In the absence of evidence, people offer their own explanations. Some say it is a dimensional rupture, a crack in the magnetic fabric of the Earth where temporal lines overlap. Others suggest that it is a sunken city, something older than Atlantis, whose presence still radiates energy through the sea. The most marginal theories speak of temporal loops, alien underwater structures, and gravitational wells mimicking wormholes. But perhaps the strangest theory is the most discreet, that the Devil's Sea is not cursed, but protected, that what lies beneath its surface is watched or perhaps guarded. Even satellite images show something peculiar, a strange distortion in cloud formations over the triangle, visible only in certain infrared wavelengths. The same spiral pattern repeats every few weeks. When superimposed with older maps of meteorological balloons from the 1970s, the same shape reappears, almost identical. It is as if the atmosphere itself knew that something is there and built a veil to cover it. Whatever the truth, the Devil's Sea remains a place of silence, secrets, and suspicions. A vast and beautiful expanse of water that repels both technology and memories. Ships enter, some return, others do not. Some remember the crossing, others emerge as if waking from a dream. With lost days and erased images, and always under the shining surface, something waits, observes, measures, decides. Because in this corner of the ocean, we are not explorers. We are watched. We are not lost, but we are allowed to leave. Ninth part, the shadow under the Baltic. The secrets of the anomaly. Far from the vast blue expanses of the Pacific or the storm-lashed edges of the Southern Ocean, a different mystery hides. One that is not born of thunder or darkness, but in a sea much closer to civilization. A sea colder, less deep, and apparently more familiar. But in 2011, that illusion shattered when a team of treasure hunters stumbled upon something on the bottom of the Baltic Sea that no one could explain. Something huge, geometric, and incredibly old. Today, it is simply known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. At first glance, it looks like a rock, a blurry shape scanned by sonar, about 60 m wide, resting at 90 m depth in the icy waters between Sweden and Finland. But the more the crew examined it, the less natural it seemed. The object was round, symmetrical, rising from the seabed with ridges and terraces that looked like steps. And perhaps the strangest thing was that it was at the end of what appeared to be a perfectly straight track, a 300-meter-long path on the seabed where the ocean floor had been altered as if the object had slid into position. The discovery was made by Oceanic, a Swedish team known for its deep-sea salvage operations. They were looking for sunken liquors, remains of cargo ships from the Second World War. When their sonar detected the anomaly, it appeared as an almost perfect circle with sharp angles and an unusual texture, different from any rock they had encountered before. Intrigued, they returned several times with diverse and remote submersibles. But the deeper they went, the stranger it became. The surface of the anomaly they reported was not smooth like stone. It was pitted and furrowed, more like molten metal. Some areas looked burnt. Others were marked with indentations arranged in patterns. The divers described walking on parts of the object that looked like huge tiles or panels, as if the surface had been intentionally molded. The cameras recorded right angles, holes too round to be natural, and what looked like a staircase carved into the side of the structure, leading to a flat upper platform, almost like a landing platform. And then the electronic devices failed. Every time the team got too close, less than 200 meters, their instruments went out, the cameras flickered, the communication systems disconnected, and even the satellite phones and diving equipment stopped working without any explanation. This happened again and again, always at the same distance. One diver described the silence as total. Another said he felt like something was watching him, and when he touched the surface of the structure, he claimed it emitted a low vibration, like a distant engine humming beneath the stone. Skeptics, of course, were quick to dismiss the anomaly as a glacial deposit, an erratic rock dragged across the seabed during the Ice Age. But those who have seen it in person disagree. Geological anomalies do not usually present uniform angles, electromagnetic interference, or visible burns on the surface. They do not rest on perfect circular bases, nor do they seem to descend by symmetrical ramps toward the silt. And then there are the materials. The samples taken from the place were analyzed by independent laboratories and, it is reported, contain metals not normally found in the surrounding region, specifically manganese and limonite, both commonly associated with high-temperature industrial processes. This raised a disturbing possibility. If the anomaly was not natural, then something built it. But when and how? The mystery is further complicated by the location itself. The Baltic Sea is an unusual body of water with low salinity, rich sediments, and little oxygen in the depths. Due to these factors, it acts almost like a conservation chamber. Shipwrecks and artifacts found in the Baltic are usually better preserved than in any other ocean worldwide. Therefore, if the anomaly had at some point been part of a structure or a ship, its characteristics could have survived for thousands of years under the surface. Some have speculated that the anomaly is the sunken remains of an ancient civilization, older than recorded history. The circular shape and stepped architecture have drawn comparisons to theories about Atlantis or prehistoric structures found in Göbekli Tepe in Yonaguni. Others believe that it could be the petrified remains of a forgotten megalith built when sea level was lower and much of the European coastline looked radically different. But there's another theory, one that worries those who have studied the site. What if it's not from this planet? The idea seems extreme, but the evidence, burn marks, unnatural materials, electronic interference, and architectural design, has led some researchers to suggest that the Baltic Sea anomaly could be the crashed remains of a spacecraft. Not a recent one, but something old, something that fell before humanity learned to write. A ship that impacted the Earth long ago and has since remained under the icy waters. This is supported by peculiar stories from regional folklore. Legends of thunderstones that fell from the sky and left perfect craters in the ice. Myths of celestial wheels and metal gods who came from the sea. Some of these stories date back more than 1,000 years and are passed down in the oral tradition of the coastal Sami and Nordic peoples. For them, the ocean was not just a place of abundance. It was a threshold, a place where visitors arrived and disappeared. OceanX tried to raise funds to return to the anomaly with more sophisticated equipment, but met resistance. Media interest faded. Some of the sample analysis reports were withdrawn. Rumors of institutional pressures circulated, and, eventually, the team's efforts slowed. To this day, the complete data from the dives remains incomplete, and no governmental or scientific body has officially investigated the site. It lies alone on the seabed, intact, half buried in darkness. Some say it's because there is nothing there, that the anomaly is just a rock that looks strange because of the shadows and suggestion. Others believe that the silence is intentional. Because if we really knew what lies beneath the Baltic, if we fully understood what fell there, what rests there, and what still beats with electromagnetic breath under the layers of silt, it could change our vision of the past, of the future, and of the sky that covers us. Whatever the truth, the anomaly remains dormant, covered by cold and calm waters, hidden from view, but not from the imagination. And perhaps that is exactly what was intended. Part 10. The Lost Convoys of the Sea of the Devil. At the western end of the Pacific, southeast of the main island of Japan, there is a strip of ocean about which sailors have whispered for centuries. A feared and forgotten region. Feared for what it takes, and forgotten because it gives nothing in return. Here, ships disappear. Planes disappear. Radios go silent. Compass needles spin. The sea calms and then never speaks again. Some call it the Dragon Triangle. Others, more sinister, call it the Sea of the Devil, roughly mirroring the Bermuda Triangle on the opposite side of the globe. The Sea of the Devil extends from the east coast of Japan to the Bonin Islands and back toward Guam. At first glance, it is not so different from any other part of the Pacific. Open sea, warm currents, the odd typhoon. But since records exist, this part of the ocean has been associated with unexplained disappearances. Many involve military ships, scientific expeditions, and convoys that should never have disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the most chilling of these stories took place in the early 1950s. In 1952, the Japanese government launched a series of research missions to investigate the mysterious disappearance of 5 military ships in the Sea of the Devil. All the ships had disappeared in favorable weather conditions and with experienced crews. No distress signals were received, nor were remains found. The ships simply disappeared, interrupting the transmission, as if they had been swallowed by Earth. The disappearances were not war incidents, nor explained by piracy or weather conditions. These were ships operating under peace protocols in calm waters within their designated maritime routes. To discover the truth, Japan organized an official research expedition aboard a ship called KO Maru No. 5, manned by over 30 sailors and scientists. Its objective was simple: enter the triangle, take measurements, and return with data. On September 24, 1952, the KO Maru set sail from Izu, carrying echo sounders, magnetic detectors, and the best naval equipment available then. It never returned. The weeks passed, then months, without news, signals, or return. Not a single piece of the ship was recovered. Not a piece of remains, not a life jacket, not even a bottle. The sea, which had not given signs of danger, offered no clues. Finally, the Japanese government abandoned the search and quietly suspended new missions to the region. Whatever they expected to find had taken their ship and left nothing behind. After the disappearance of the canoe, the area attracted international attention. Journalists began calling it the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, and reports of strange phenomena multiplied. Stories were told of unexplained lights under the water, electromagnetic anomalies, and temporal disorientation experienced by pilots and divers. The compasses turned slowly in circles. The radio frequencies were distorted. It was said that entire islands disappeared from radar to reappear hours later in a different position. A Marine, who was part of a patrol of American destroyers in the region, later reported that his vessel had encountered what seemed to be a wall of fog that shone in the sun. They crossed it, and for 10 minutes, all the instruments on the bridge stopped working. The ocean was completely silent. No birds were seen, nor waves, nor was the noise of the engines heard, even though these continued running. And, suddenly, everything returned to normal, as if time had stopped and resumed without warning. The sailor described the sensation as if he were crossing something ancient. Among the many theories raised over the years, tectonic activity remains the most accepted scientific explanation. The Sea of the Devil is located on the edge of several major faults. Earthquakes, underwater volcanic eruptions, and methane hydrate explosions have been proposed as possible causes of the sudden disappearances. If a ship were to pass over a conduit that violently expelled methane gas, the buoyancy of the surrounding water could suddenly decrease, causing even large ships to sink without warning or leaving a trace. But this explanation, although logical, does not fully explain the electronic failures, the navigation distortions, or the sudden disappearance of entire fleets without a trace. There are also stories that go beyond science. The fishermen of the Japanese coast have long believed that the sea of this region is cursed, haunted by ancient dragons sleeping under the ocean floor. They speak of wheels of fire that rise from the sea during stormless nights and of lights that dance on the water, like spirits in search of something they have lost. According to local legend, the Sea of the Devil is a border between the world of the living and that of the dead, a place where souls can be snatched and, sometimes, returned, but never unchanged. A particularly disturbing story tells that, in the 1930s, a drifting fishing boat appeared in the region. When it reappeared weeks later, its hull was intact. The nets were rolled up, the food had not spoiled, and the deck did not present signs of struggle, but there was no one aboard. The navigation log ended abruptly in the middle of a sentence. The clocks of the ship had all stopped at the same time, at 3:17 a.m. mm. The only indication of alteration was a thin layer of black ash adhered to the walls of the cabin, as if something had burned, but without leaving heat, smoke, or flames. Modern satellite scanners have revealed unusual structures on the seabed in some parts of the triangle, formations that resemble towers, ridges, and rectangular depressions, almost like the ruins of a sunken city. Some theorists believe that they could be remains of prehistoric civilizations lost due to the rise in sea level after the last glaciation, perhaps giving rise to the legends of Lemuria or Mu, hypothetical continents that are said to have disappeared under the Pacific. Others suggest something even older, that this region is not simply a geological anomaly, but a place where the planet's electromagnetic fields behave differently. A vortex point, a tear in the veil. Interestingly, the magnetic maps of the area show inconsistencies. places where the intensity of the field fluctuates anomalously, not enough to constantly alter the daily maritime routes, but enough to confuse the instruments, enough to suggest that the very space of the sea might not behave like the rest of the ocean. And perhaps the most fascinating mystery is not what has disappeared, but what has survived. In 1997, a Russian submarine passing through the edge of the Sea of the Devil reported hearing a sound, a rhythmic and deep vibration that resonated in the hull like an enormous heartbeat. It came from below. At first, they thought it was seismic activity, but when they checked their instruments, the seabed was silent. There were no earthquakes, no vents, nothing. However, the sound continued for 43 minutes, pulsing, growing louder, and then fading away. The crew was shocked. None had ever heard anything like it. To this day, the Sea of the Devil remains without an official explanation. It is not marked on maps with warnings. It is not closed to maritime or air traffic, but those who cross it, especially at night, often feel the weight of something ancient, something that observes, something that waits. It is a place where the ocean seems to breathe in another way, where silence means more than the absence of noise, where disappearance is not only possible, but almost expected. The convoys never returned. The research ship never reappeared, and the sea returned nothing. Only questions, only silence, only stories that resonate, faint and disturbing through the waves. Part 11. The silent lights of the barren abyss. Far to the north, where the waters turn cold and black, and the aurora dances just above the horizon, lies an expanse of ocean that most maps simply label as the Barents Sea. It is located above the Arctic polar circle, bordered by the northern coasts of Russia and Norway. For sailors, it has always been a region of extremes, relentless storms, icy islands, and weeks of endless darkness in the middle of winter. But under the ice, in its deepest pits, the Barents Sea hides something stranger, something silent, something luminous. For decades, scattered reports have emerged from fishing boats, Arctic patrol vessels, and even nuclear submarines about strange lights appearing beneath the surface of the Barents Sea. These are not reflections of the sky or games of moonlight. They pulse, they move, and always seem to be out of reach, visible, but impossible to track. Their colors change from intense green to pale blue and to a strange violet hue that one captain described as abnormally soft, like a bruise on the sea. The first documented sighting occurred in 1959 on a Soviet fishing boat. The Korskaya, a medium-sized fishing vessel, was fishing near Nueva Zembla when the crew spotted a group of lights under the surface arranged in a perfect triangle. At first, they thought it was another ship, perhaps a submarine using new sonar equipment. But the lights did not behave like any known vessel. They moved slowly and, suddenly, accelerated to impossible speeds before disappearing into the depths. The instruments on board failed during the encounter, and for 30 minutes, the crew experienced a buzzing in their ears and a metallic taste in their mouths. When the lights disappeared, everything returned to normal, except the weather. A snowstorm arisen from nowhere lashed the ship with wind and snow, despite forecasts announcing clear skies. It was as if something ancient had awakened under the ice. In the following years, the stories continued. Most were dismissed as hallucinations, optical illusions, or side effects of prolonged exposure to cold and isolation. But in the early 1970s, the Soviet Navy began receiving too many reports to ignore. Submarine crews began to whisper about the crystal lights, objects that appeared at depths beyond the reach of sonar, shining faintly as if watching from the darkness. Sometimes they rose slowly, floating just below the hull before quickly moving away. Others claimed to hear low-frequency hums that resonated through the steel of the submarine, causing headaches, nausea, and, in exceptional cases, such severe disorientation that navigation systems had to be shut down and restarted. A recently declassified mission involved the nuclear submarine K-432, which patrolled near the Svalbard archipelago in 1976. One night, the sonar operator detected an anomaly. Something big, yet silent. No noise of propellers or cavitation was heard. Only a presence that slid smoothly and mirrored all the movements of the submarine. When the crew turned off the engines and drifted silently to listen, they still heard it. A rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. Then lights appeared. They surrounded the submarine in a wide circle, at least 10 separate sources, shining with a pale blue-green hue. Each was equidistant from the others, perfectly symmetrical. The captain described it in his diary as a chorus of eyes watching us from darkness. For 13 minutes, the lights remained motionless, as if waiting. Then they blinked one by one in a slow pattern, clockwise, until only one remained. It remained a moment longer, pulsed 3 times, and disappeared. The strange thing is not only the lights or sounds. It is how often time seems to behave differently during these encounters. Several crews reported that their internal clocks became desynchronized. In one case, 2 sailors who worked in different compartments on the same ship reported a discrepancy of 17 minutes, although the navigation log did not record any pause. One sailor believed that only 5 minutes had passed. The other insisted that it had been almost half an hour. Both had been working alone. Both had strange dreams that night, dreams of cold water and lights that sang in tones no human being could reproduce. Modern technology has not solved the mystery. In fact, it has worsened it. In 2009, a Norwegian scientific vessel conducting deep-water explorations in the Barents Sea detected a huge geometric structure on the ocean floor, hexagonal in shape, at least 400 m in diameter, and buried under layers of sediment. Its edges were too perfect to be natural. But when the team returned the following year, the formation had vanished. In its place was only sand and a slight depression. Some claimed it was an imaging error. Others were unsure. The most compelling thing about these stories is how consistent the descriptions are, decades apart, in different languages, military and civilians. They all talk about silent lights, symmetry, a feeling of being watched, not by a creature, but by something vast and intelligent, a presence, and always the silence. There are theories, of course, bioluminescent organisms in unexplored banks, underground volcanic vents that react with certain minerals, secret military experiments. Some even believe that the Barents Sea is home to an ancient intelligence, something that does not live in the ocean, but is the ocean-sensitive current, a consciousness made not of cells, but of water, pressure, and time. Perhaps the most disturbing theory comes from an old sea legend told in the port cities of Merck. It speaks of a second sea buried under the desert, an ancient cavity kilometers deep sealed by pressure and darkness. The lights, they say, are its eyes. It cannot speak, not in the sense we understand, but it remembers. It dreams in movement. And when the world gets too noisy, it sends its lights, not as a warning, but as a reminder that under all our machines, our weapons, our maps, there is still something older, quieter, and much more powerful than we can ever understand. To this day, the Russian Navy cautiously treats some parts of the Barents Sea. Patrols have been established. Some submarine routes have been subtly adjusted. They never say why, but those who have been in the service long enough know that it is better not to ask. They have seen the lights and, more importantly, have learned never to follow them. Part 12. The Vortex under Point Nemo. In the vast emptiness of the South Pacific Ocean, where there is no human settlement within 1,000 kilometers, there is a place so remote that the astronauts orbiting above are often closer to civilization than anyone sailing nearby. This place is known as Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, a name that suggests nobody is suited for the loneliest place on Earth. Surrounded on all sides by thousands of kilometers of open sea, Point Nemo is more than just a geographical curiosity. For decades, sailors, researchers, and satellite operators have suspected that something strange is hidden in the waters surrounding it. Something unnatural, something attractive. On maps, Nemo Point appears as a simple point in the middle of nowhere. But when studied more closely, strange anomalies begin to appear. On the one hand, It is located in one of the least explored sections of the ocean floor, with deep trenches and ridges that have not been mapped in detail. The water here is unusually calm, devoid of many known ocean currents. The instruments submerged in the depths often malfunction. And then there is the sound, one that nobody has been able to fully explain. In 1997, some scientists who were monitoring ocean noise using hydrophones captured something unexpected near the Nemo Point, a deep, ultra-low frequency rumble that became known as the bloop. It was louder than a blue whale's call. So loud, in fact, that multiple listening stations detected it more than 3,000 m away. At first, some suspected it was the sound of a huge marine creature, larger than any known to science. Others believed that it was the result of the displacement of sea ice or underwater volcanic activity, but no official explanation was ever confirmed. What made the bloop more disturbing was not only its volume or origin, but its pattern. Its tone increased. It had a rhythm. It sounded alive. Since that recording, Nemo Point has attracted silent attention. Most people do not know it, and those who do rarely talk about it in public. The space agencies of several countries have designated it as a spacecraft cemetery. When satellites and space stations reach the end of their useful life, they are directed toward the waters of Nemo Point for their final descent. The Soviet station Mir, multiple ISS cargo vehicles, and soon parts of the ISS itself are destined to end their journey in this exact region. The reasoning seems practical enough. With no human presence nearby, there is little danger to life or property. But for those who observe closely, a question persists. Why always here? There are captains, especially from older generations, who warn their crews never to linger in this stretch of ocean. The captain of a Chilean freighter claimed that, during a routine crossing near Nemo Point, his compass began to spin uncontrollably. GPS systems stopped working for more than 4 minutes. According to him, the sky looked normal without any clouds, but the water also stood still, as if the sea had stopped moving. There was no wind or movement at all. Then came the agitation. He described it as a swirl in the water, no wider than the hull of a ship, that formed without warning and pulled downward. It was not fast or violent, just relentless. The crew managed to dodge it by a hair. But even after the ship moved away, a low-frequency vibration remained in the hull, as if something was resonating in the depths. That was not the only case reported. In 2011, a research vessel sent by an Australian Marine Institute stopped transmitting after only 3 days. When they recovered it, it was intact but scorched, as if exposed to intense heat, something impossible in such cold waters. Its memory logs were corrupted, and although its location beacon had stopped emitting, the team discovered something even stranger. It had displaced 70 kilometers from its original launch point against the current. Oceanographers had no explanation to offer. Some believe that in the depths of Nemo Point, there is a fault, an underwater void where the tectonic plates do not rub, but open, an abyss deeper than the Mariana Trench, which swallows everything that gets too close. Others whisper about unnatural magnetic fields, remnants of a cosmic impact, or a planetary scar never studied in depth. A few fringe scientists have even speculated that Nemo Point is not entirely terrestrial, that under its silence lies a buried structure, inactive but still emitting. The curious thing is that every time probes or submersibles are sent near the exact coordinates of the bloop, something goes wrong. Either technical failures occur, or visibility is reduced to zero due to sudden clouds of sediment. Some have tried to deploy sonar scanners to map the area, but all report irregular echoes, as if the seabed were shifting or reflecting from surfaces that are not rock. The water pressure here does not differ from that of other deep regions. And however, again and again, unmanned teams show stress signs far superior to what one would expect. A Norwegian submarine cable broke during what should have been a standard deployment. Its operators reviewed the images before the break and saw nothing, just darkness and then static. Perhaps the most chilling thing is the absence of life itself. Other parts of the Pacific, even at great depths, teem with bioluminescent creatures and microscopic plankton, but water samples from Point Nemo often return strangely sterile. Not lifeless, but reduced, as if something filtered what can exist here, allowing only what it chooses. There are ancient Polynesian legends that speak of a god who dwells in the heart of the ocean, a god who breathes once every 1,000 years. They say that his breath brings silence, and that his eye is a place where no one should dwell. Modern scholars often dismiss these stories as mere metaphors. But when you find yourself on the deck of a ship near Point Nemo, with no birds overhead, no ships on the horizon, and only the deep rumble of the pulse of the forgotten ocean below, it's easy to believe that the legends might be closer to the truth than we think. Point Nemo not only marks the most distant place from humanity, it feels like a door, a silent door between worlds that we cannot yet measure. Perhaps that is why the remains of the sky are sent there, one burning capsule after another. Not just to sink into the sea, but to be hidden, buried in the only place where we assume no one will ever look, but where someone or something might be watching from the other side. Part 13. The Sealed Labyrinth of the Baltic Anomaly. In the cold depths of the Baltic Sea, between the coasts of Sweden and Finland, lies a formation that has baffled geologists, military analysts, and oceanographers since its discovery in 2011. Known simply as the Baltic Anomaly, this structure defies classification. About 60 meters in diameter and partially buried in sediment, it sits silently on the seabed. It is huge, circular, and of an unsettling symmetry. For some, it resembles a crashed spaceship. For others, an ancient temple sealed beneath the waves. What no one disputes is its strangeness and the way it seems to exist at the edge of comprehension. The anomaly was first discovered by a team of Swedish divers aboard the Oceanic, a treasure-hunting ship equipped to scan the seabed for shipwrecks. At first, they believed they had found the remains of a World War II ship or even an ancient merchant vessel. But the sonar image they obtained showed something much more unexpected. A large disc-shaped formation with what appeared to be ladder-shaped ridges and perfectly sharp angles, located 300 feet below the surface. When the team returned to explore it directly, they reported a series of events that immediately set the tone for what would become one of Europe's most disturbing underwater mysteries. As the submersibles descended and approached the object, their electrical systems began failing. The cameras flickered, the lights dimmed, and some of the diving team's communications were completely cut off. The instruments that had worked perfectly moments before began failing without warning. It wasn't just a mechanical failure. It was something more localized, more deliberate, as if the object itself was reacting. When the divers managed to reach the structure, what they found was even stranger than the sonar had suggested. The surface of the anomaly was smooth in some places, striated and cracked in others. It was not made of stone, at least not entirely. Samples taken from the site showed a strange metallic content, including high levels of manganese and rare earth minerals, usually associated with meteorites or highly processed alloys. One section of the structure had what appeared to be a tunnel-shaped cavity with perfect symmetry, but no one was able to explore its interior. The opening, if it was an opening, was blocked by debris or perhaps sealed deliberately. The most striking thing was the straight lines. Nature rarely creates such geometry underwater, especially on this scale. Some parts of the anomaly appeared to form 90 degrees angles, while others resembled ramps or collapsed pillars. One section even resembled a circular platform like a stage with raised edges evenly spaced around the perimeter. The divers described a feeling of unnatural stillness near the structure, as if sound itself was muffled, not by the water, but by something deeper, something that silenced thought. Despite widespread skepticism, experts who reviewed the sonar images and samples could not agree on any clear explanation. Some argued that the formation was nothing more than a glacial deposit left by ancient ice sheets. But even those familiar with glacial activity admitted that they had never seen sediments align in such orderly shapes, nor had they ever seen glacial deposits cause electronic failures. Others theorized that it could be a shipwreck buried under sediment, but no fragments of wood or metallic remains compatible with known vessels were ever recovered. There were even those who ventured to give more esoteric explanations. Ancient megalithic structures of a forgotten civilization, a sunken temple from an era when the Baltic Sea was dry land, or even a vestige of something non-human, something deliberately placed on the seabed as a marker or gateway. Some scientists propose that it could be a kind of geoglyph like the Nazca lines in Peru, visible only from above and destined to send signals to someone or something observing from the skies. What deepens the mystery even more is that the area surrounding the Baltico anomaly has a history of strange events. For a long time, the local fishermen have been talking about compasses that turn without reason, waters that suddenly become abnormally calm, and areas of the sea where electronic devices stop working. In declassified military archives of the Cold War, there are mentions of unidentified sonar contacts in this region, large, slow, and silent. The Swedish Navy, although it shows itself disdainful in public, has discreetly investigated the region on multiple occasions, which has fueled speculations even more. There are anomalies in satellite data, too. The high-resolution images show a circular discoloration on the surface of the sea right above the anomaly, as if some chemical or energetic disturbance was radiated from below. The meteorological control stations have detected weak fluctuations in the atmospheric pressure over the place inconsistently and without correlation with the surrounding patterns. These types of signals are usually associated with geothermal sources or electromagnetic fields, but the Baltico Sea is not known for either. Several expeditions have tried to return for further investigation, but almost all have faced inexplicable setbacks. The equipment fails. The financing disappears. The researchers withdraw without explanation. A member of the original Oceanic expedition affirmed years later that he had had dreams in which he repeatedly saw a sealed door under the sea, surrounded by engravings that he could not read, but that he somehow understood. Later, he retracted his statements, attributing them to stress and a lack of oxygen. But those who had dived with him did not contradict him. The truth is that nobody knows what is hidden beneath the surface of the Baltico anomaly. It is not an ancient ruin that we can study, nor a wreck that we can reconstruct. It resists classification and denies access. It is as if, whatever it was, it wanted to be forgotten, yet it remains immobile, observing, waiting under the gray waters of the Baltico, in a region known for its silence, sealed in darkness, like something placed there and not lost. Whether it is an artifact, an accident, or something deeper, the Baltico anomaly stands as a monument to the unknown, reminding us that not all mysteries sink with time. Some simply wait, buried not by sand, but by our reluctance to understand what we were never meant to find. Part 14. The submerged fortress of the Dragon Triangle. In the immensity of the Pacific Ocean, far from the safe embrace of familiar coasts, there is a sea area that has earned a reputation as disturbing as it is hidden. Known as the Dragon Triangle or the Devil's Sea, this zone lies off the southeast coast of Japan, forming a triangle between the Japanese coast, the Bonin Islands, and the Mariana Trench. The stories arising from this place are whispered in maritime circles and passed down from generation to generation among sailors. Disappearances, anomalous meteorological phenomena, magnetic chaos, and the ruins of a structure under the surface that some believe was never built by human hands. The Dragon Triangle resembles the Bermuda Triangle in more aspects than just its shape. Like its Atlantic counterpart, this region has engulfed ships, airplanes, and entire crews without explanation. Fishing boats send comm reports by radio and disappear hours later. Military ships report sightings of strange mists or blinding lights, and then lose power. Pilots claim that their compasses spin uncontrollably. But the most enduring mystery of all may be what lies at the bottom of the sea. A vast, submerged formation hidden in the depths with characteristics too geometric and intentional to dismiss as mere coincidence. In 1952, the Japanese government launched a scientific investigation of the region after warships disappeared without a trace. Among them was the Ko Maru No. 5, a research vessel commissioned to study submarine volcanic activity. It set sail from the port on a routine mission and was never seen again. The ship's last known coordinates placed it directly in the heart of the triangle. The remains of the shipwreck were never recovered. No distress signal was sent. It was as if the ocean had decided to claim it. In response, the Japanese authorities quietly suspended all investigations in the region. Years later, sonar mapping by private exploration teams revealed something surprising. At about 100 m below the waves at the southern end of the triangle, there was what seemed to be an enormous rectangular structure stepped and bordered by parallel crests. At first sight, it seemed like another submarine rocky formation. But more detailed scans revealed characteristics that defied geological explanation. Terraces aligned with the cardinal points, wide flat corridors, and an arrangement of stone blocks so precise that nature could not easily explain it. The divers who tried to reach the place not only found mechanical problems, but also physical disorientation. One of the members of the crew reported that, at the moment in which he approached the structure, he felt an overwhelming sensation of nausea and panic, as if he had entered a place that rejected life. Others described the water temperature as fluctuating rapidly as they descended, despite the absence of any visible geothermal vent or current change. The lights flickered, and in one case, a diver suddenly lost consciousness upon reaching a lower level of the formation. What makes this anomaly even more intriguing is the theory that it could relate to ancient legends of a lost civilization. Long before it was called the Dragon Triangle, this region already appeared in ancient texts from East Asia. Chinese records from over 1,000 years ago spoke of a sea of demons to the east, where ships disappeared into the fog and strange lights danced on the waves. Japanese folklore speaks of sea dragons guarding underwater palaces, hidden fortresses built not for war, but to watch. Some researchers suggest that the structure under the triangle could be a vestige of one of those forgotten eras, a city swallowed by the ocean, or even a fortress designed to withstand the sea's fury. A few fringe theorists go even further. They believe that the structure is not ancient, but extraterrestrial. They are not ruins, but a ship. It is not abandoned, but inactive. Sonar scanners have captured what appear to be domed chambers, hollow spaces enclosed within the rock that emit strange echo patterns. The metallic readings of the place suggest the presence of alloys that are not found anywhere else on the seabed, and even fragments of what appears to be vitrified material, stone that has been subjected to extreme heat, far superior to the temperatures produced by the volcanic vents in the area. If this is true, it would suggest a technological, not geological process. There is also the question of silence. Hydrophones placed near the structure pick up less ambient ocean noise than expected. It is as if something inside or around the formation absorbs sound, creating a pocket of silence in one of the most chaotic regions of the sea. Marine biologists studying the area have observed that fish and other marine life completely avoid the structure, forming an unnatural void in an otherwise vibrant ecosystem. It's not just a lifeless place. It is repulsive, a black hole in the biosphere. And then there are the disappearances. In the decades since the anomaly was discovered, multiple attempts to map or explore it have failed. A private expedition funded by a university in Europe lost contact with its remotely operated vehicle, ROV within minutes of descending to the structure. Another team, using advanced submersibles, recorded unexplained interference in their communications. Loud bursts of static followed by what a technician described as a deep pulse, as if something below was sending a signal. That signal has never been explained, although conventional science warns against outlandish claims. The truth is that there is something under the Dragon Triangle that we do not understand. Whether it is a monument, a natural wonder, or a relic of some forgotten chapter of human or non-human history, it remains there silently, unclaimed by any nation, untouched by time, and unexplained. The ocean has always been a mysterious place, but in the Dragon Triangle, that mystery hardens and becomes something more sinister, something sealed, waiting and watching under the waves. It may be a fortress, it may be a tomb, it may be something we should never have found. But whatever it is, it reminds us that the sea does not easily reveal its secrets, and that, sometimes, it does not reveal them at all. Part 15. The vanishing reef of the Philippine Trench. Deep within the sapphire waters of the Western Pacific lies one of Earth's deepest and most complex geological structures. The Philippine Trench, a huge scar on the ocean floor, stretches for more than 800 miles along the eastern coast of the Philippines and reaches a depth of almost 34,000 feet. But within this enormous abyss, hidden among its shadows and ridges, lies a lesser-known mystery. It is not the trench itself that worries explorers, but a place whispered about by sailors and discreetly marked on old nautical charts as the Vanishing Reef, a formation that seems to appear and disappear without warning, leaving those who seek it fascinated and restless. It all started, like many marine mysteries, with a report dismissed as error. In the late 1970s, the crew of a Japanese hydrographic vessel recorded an unusual elevation on the seabed, a raised ridge-like structure that stretched for nearly 2 miles and rose more than 800 feet above the surrounding trench floor. It looked like a coral reef, but it was located at a depth where no light reached and where coral could not thrive. The captain ordered the area mapped, labeling it as an unclassified seamount, and the ship went on its way. But when a second ship returned to the same coordinates just a year later, there was nothing. The reef had disappeared. The scanners only showed a flat abyss, the nautical charts were corrected, and the anomaly was forgotten. That should have been the end of the story. But over the following decades, similar accounts began to accumulate, vague, scattered, and often ignored. Submarines conducting routine patrols occasionally detected a huge underwater elevation that was not there the next time they passed. The autonomous seabed mapping vehicles recorded irregular rocky ridges and sudden elevations that disappeared upon repeated passes. Some crews even reported sonar echoes that seemed to change position in the middle of the scan, as if the structure below was not only mobile, but somehow aware of being observed. In 1992, a research expedition from a European deepwater program attempted a specific study of the area. They deployed a towed camera at great depth to explore what they believed to be a tectonic ridge near the southwestern edge of the trench. For 3 hours, the image showed nothing more than sediment and darkness, until suddenly the terrain changed. Enormous stone pillars were sighted rising vertically from the seabed in almost perfect rows, eroded but strangely regular, like a submerged forest of carved monoliths. The crew watched in amazement as the sled moved between the structures, capturing what appeared to be steps carved into the rock and smooth, polished walls. Then, the transmission was interrupted. The camera line had been cut. When it was recovered, the cable appeared cut, not by pressure or collision, but as if it had been cut cleanly. The images were subsequently analyzed and partially published, although much was censored due to instrument malfunction and data corruption. What survived unleashed speculation. The stone pillars, some of which were estimated to be more than 30 meters high, did not resemble known volcanic formations. They lacked the chaotic structure of lava flows and sediment accumulation. Instead, they were aligned, geometric, and, according to a geologist, deliberately placed. One researcher discreetly called it a cathedral in the abyss. What makes the mystery even more disconcerting is the way this reef, or whatever it is, refuses to stay still. Decades of scans of the ocean floor show that it appears in different places within a 50-mile radius. Sometimes, it disappears completely. Attempts to triangulate its exact position using sonar have repeatedly failed. Some theorize that it is an illusion created by thermal layers or sonar anomalies. Others suggest that it is the result of tectonic instability, perhaps a temporary uplift of the seabed that rises and then collapses. But there is another theory, one that delves into the forbidden, that the disappearing reef is not a reef at all, that it is a structure, one that was built, or worse, one that is alive. Marine biologists studying the trench noticed something disturbing when analyzing recordings of the area. Infrasound signals, low-frequency vibrations undetectable to the human ear, appeared to pulse from the region at irregular intervals. These pulses did not resemble known seismic activity or marine life patterns. They were rhythmic, calculated, almost like breathing. The sound increased in intensity when the reef was present and decreased when it disappeared. Even more disturbing is that some deep-sea divers participating in expeditions in nearby trenches reported vivid dreams after surfacing. Dreams of enormous open mouths in the darkness, of cities breathing under the waves, and of a pressure, not only physical, but mental, that oppressed their thoughts. Despite these testimonies, no official study on the reef's behavior has been published in more than a decade. One theory suggests a classified reason. After all, the Philippine Trench borders important geopolitical zones. But for those who track marine anomalies, the reef remains one of the ocean's most elusive and disturbing enigmas. Is it a geological ghost that deceives our instruments and our minds? Or is it a relic that floats adrift through the trench like a forgotten ghost of a time we no longer remember? It may be both. An ancient, changing vestige of something we have never fully understood remains in the minds of those who have seen the images, heard the pulses, or have passed silently over it in the darkness of night. The disappearing reef reminds us that not all forbidden places are on the surface. Some float in the darkness, retreating when we get too close, waiting for something or perhaps warning us to stay away. And as the ocean moves silently, this anomaly, visible and invisible, remains unexplained, like a mirage with mass, like a door that only opens when no one watches, like something that should never have been found. Part 16. The Silent Drowning of Port Mercy. There is a stretch of ocean off the coast of South America, nestled in the remote confines of the Drake Passage, that sailors avoid mentioning by name. It is not prohibited by law or military decree. It is not patrolled by the Navy. There are no signs marking its boundaries. And nevertheless, the maps become vague now. The currents become strange indeed. And all fishermen, from the Malvinas to Tierra del Fuego, know they must stay away from waters that once governed a port called Mercy. A place that, according to all official records, has never existed at all. A place of which one speaks only in fragments. They call it the Silent Drowning now. The legend begins in the 19th century, in the time of sailboats and endless, lamentable expeditions. It was said that Port Mercy was a hidden outpost, a small, prosperous port city founded by sailors and built on the cliffs of an island covered in fog that went into the sea like a sword. It was a sanctuary for sailors facing the southern trade winds. According to oral accounts preserved by a handful of old whaling families, Port Mercy offered fresh water, salted meat, and a place to dock when storms became treacherous. But, unlike most ports, Mercy did not announce its location then. Those who found it did so only by chance, pushed by the currents of storms or by the stars that strayed. However, once found, the port welcomed you silently. No shouts from stevedores could be heard. No voice resonated on the walls there. It was said that the locals were kind but quiet, always watching and always listening. The first verifiable mention of Port Mercy appeared in the fragmented logbook of a British whaler, the Isolde, dated 1863. In it, the first officer described an unknown anchorage where his battered ship took refuge after a violent gale at sea. He wrote about a port carved into black volcanic rock, buildings rising through the fog like ghosts, and a strange rhythmic hum that seemed to rise from the ocean itself. The crew stayed there only one night. At dawn, several men reported vivid nightmares and a compelling need to leave quickly. One of the entries says, "The sea speaks here now. It calls something that has not yet emerged at all." The captain ordered immediate departure then. That navigation log was recovered decades later from the remains of the Isolde, which had sunk off the coast of Cape Horn in still unexplained circumstances. The ship was found without visible damage to the hull, but all crew members were locked below deck. There were no signs of panic, no injuries at all, just silence. After that, the stories of Port Mercy began to fade until 1937, when a Chilean patrol boat, the Valparaiso, recorded a confused distress call near that same region. The transmission was brief, but quite unequivocal. This is Mercy here. The sea is coming in now. When the patrol arrived at the coordinates, there was nothing there. No island, no remains, just a strange fog that refused to dissipate, even in strong winds there. Decades later, in 1974, a satellite sweep of the Drake Passage detected something quite unusual. For 3 minutes, a landmass of approximately 5 kilometers in size appeared where there had previously been nothing but water alone. The island featured a dense stone structure, heat signatures consistent with human presence, and a large, artificial dock. Before a second satellite could confirm it, the island disappeared from the image then. Analysts blamed a processing error then. The data was discreetly archived, but then the dreams began soon. Researchers at a nearby weather station began reporting nightly episodes of sleep paralysis marked by identical visions, always the same. Rising tides, bells ringing through a thick fog, and a city submerged in black water where light still shone beneath the surface. Some saw people standing underwater, motionless, with their mouths open as if they were singing softly. Others heard voices, asking questions, ancient voices in a language they could not identify at all. Curiosity turned to fear when 3 members of the station's crew were found at dawn, after walking barefoot through the sea during the night. They were rescued before drowning, but none could speak afterwards, not even for weeks at all. One of them ended up writing a single sentence over and over in his notebook then. It is not an island. It is a memory now. Today, Port Mercy is considered a ghost place now. It does not appear on any modern map today. No wreckage has ever been recovered, but strange patterns continue to resonate in that expanse of water still. Oceanographers monitoring the Drake Passage have recorded unexplained anomalies in sonar still. Pulses that imitate the resonance of cathedral bells, spaced at intervals too regular to be geological. Ships that pass too close report deviations in the compass, temporary failures in the engines, and, in some exceptional cases, entire hours that disappear from their records. Among marginal oceanic historians, there is an increasingly widespread theory that Port Mercy was not a settlement that sank, but a place destined to sink, a kind of prison for something that could not stay on land. The buzzing, the silence, the underwater songs, all are fragments of a ritual lost long ago in the surface world. And when the tides change at just the right moment, when the moon is low and the fog returns, the memory of that place resurfaces, not in form, but in sensation, like breath held under the waves. To this day, the waters over Port Mercy remain strangely calm. When the wind calms, the sea flattens, the waves stop breaking in the sky. Of the original 28 men, 19 refused to go back to sea. The captain was found in his cabin, blindfolded and unconscious, whispering numbers repeatedly in a perfect rhythm. His navigation log, although mostly illegible, included a sketch of spiral arrows pointing to a black that's surrounded by red ink. The only legible note next to it said, "The water curves backwards." What made the Glenn Keenan's voyage especially strange was that the ship had been equipped with a new navigation gyroscope, an early attempt at modern stabilization. When inspected, the device's memory recorded impossible data at points during the voyage. The ship's direction had rotated 360 degrees while maintaining a constant forward speed. This would imply that the ship was turning and moving forward in a straight line, something physically impossible unless the sea had twisted around it. Over the decades, rumors about the force of inner attraction became more frequent. Radar technicians from air patrols reported signals disappearing at the exact coordinates where the water began to glow unnaturally, not from turbulence or movement, but from stillness. A crystalline stillness like the surface of a mirror tilted towards a sky that is not ours. In 1971, a marine research team from the University of Ottawa attempted to study this anomaly with submersible buoys designed to track currents. The buoys were launched from the edge of the known perimeter and taken down using a tracking sonar. Each buoy was equipped with an automatic transmission signal to record direction, speed, and depth. In 3 hours, all 4 signals were lost. They were not broken, just silent. A week later, One of the devices was found on a beach in Iceland. It had not been washed away by the tide or drifted. Somehow, it had crossed the Atlantic in 5 days without being carried by any known current. Its internal clock was 10 hours behind. What made the story even more disturbing was what was found engraved on its outer casing. A single symbol carved as if with a blade or tool. A perfectly smooth spiral drawn inwards without an end point, getting tighter until the metal deformed under the pressure. Among sailors in the Atlantic, it is common knowledge that if instruments start losing time instead of gaining it, if the engine hums without moving the propeller, if the sonar shows a loop where the seabed should be flat, you have reached the edge of the sable throat. Stories abound of dreams that people have after entering the current. Fishermen who pass too close report episodes of daydreaming, vivid visions of underwater staircases, of voices whispering in languages that do not resonate. One captain, who narrowly escaped the pool when a sudden wind freed him, claimed that for weeks afterwards, his ship's radio would turn on at exactly 2:14 a.m., emitting a single low tone. No matter how many times the unit was replaced, the signal continued. To date, no official mapping agency recognizes the spiral on its maps. It is too fluid to record, too inconsistent to track, but there is silent, tacit, bureaucratic evidence that its existence is known. Air routes are diverted. Research ships avoid it. Coast Guard warnings are vague, but repeat the same advice. Avoid unnecessary activities in the southern Sable area. The currents are unpredictable. Navigation can be unreliable. And then there's the old story that is only told once a year in a tavern in Halifax. When the wind gets strong and the lights flicker more than usual, an old sailor, now deceased, tells the story of a fifth child, one who never made it to shore, one who returned on his own. He said he was found floating right at the entrance to the port, covered in oil, but unharmed. Inside there was no recording, no data, just a single slide of undeveloped photographic film. When it was developed, it showed a spiral staircase under the ocean, descending into what looked like a void. No walls, no fish, no light, just stairs perfectly formed, spiraling down into nothing. The sable throat is not prohibited by law, but is marked in memory. The ocean that does not roar. It does not swell. It does not rage. It simply waits, flat and bright, calm and turned inward. And those who enter it say the same. If they say anything, it is that the current does not drag them down, but inward. Part 18. The sunken net of a Narnia trench under the equatorial belt of the South Pacific. Hidden by the uninterrupted stillness between the Cook Islands and Easter Island, there is a trench so little spoken of that it does not appear on usual maps. Its coordinates change slightly with each attempt to locate it. The inhabitants of the surrounding archipelagos have long referred to it as Narnia, which in their language is whispered with reverence and caution. The word is not clearly translated. It means something like what is buried in the depths, but it also carries the idea of memory, as if something once known had been carefully hidden from the living. The Narnia Trench is not the deepest point in the ocean, nor is it marked by violent currents, underwater vents, or tectonic fractures. It is not dangerous because of chaos, but because of what lies too still. The stories that reach the continent speak of an impossible phenomenon far below the surface. A submerged network kilometers wide, engraved directly on the ocean floor. It is not a natural ridge, nor the marks of an ancient glacier or a collapsed fault. It is a symmetrical pattern of right angles, precise spacing, and corridors aligned with celestial coordinates. The network was discovered by chance in the 1990s, during a satellite imaging pass that was actually aimed at studying seasonal algae blooms. When the data was reviewed, one of the analysts pointed out something peculiar. A region of the ocean that reflected unusual sonar pulses. No brighter, no stronger, just more structured. As if the ocean floor was made of something artificial. The images were blurry, distorted by the depth and cloudy sediment, but they showed faint lines crossing in a pattern that stretched for kilometers. A research drone was sent. Its mission was kept secret and off the record. Its trip lasted 2 days. When it returned, The live broadcast had been corrupted, but a snapshot, a single frame captured in full descent, had survived. The photo showed a series of what appeared to be huge, square platforms submerged under layers of silt, partially covered with deep-sea corals and vent worms, but undoubtedly uniform. Too clean, too precise. The platforms formed rows, 9 across and 9 along, separated by a corridor wide enough for a submarine to pass. After the discovery, interest in the area increased, but so did resistance. Funding disappeared. The permits were revoked. One researcher who spoke anonymously claimed that within weeks of the report being written, 3 agencies had intervened, confiscating equipment and erasing records. They gave no explanation. The expedition was canceled, and the trench was reclassified as geologically inactive and ecologically sensitive. Ships were ordered to avoid it due to interference in the studies. The phrase made no sense. In Polynesian oral traditions, the trench has a deep spiritual meaning. The elders speak of Narnia as a sleeping city, not figuratively, but literally. A city that was not swallowed by disaster, but by intention. A sunken city, buried by the sea, so that what it knew would never fall into the wrong hands. A song, preserved in the oldest dialects and rarely spoken aloud, describes pillars of silver where light obeyed thought and vaults of stars under the waves. The stories say that the ancestors did not destroy the city. They hid it beneath the world. In 2006, a rebel scientific team, frustrated by the silence surrounding Narnia, departed from New Zealand under the pretext of studying sea temperatures. They never arrived officially at the pit. But what their submersible recorded just outside its limits became an object of fascination and rumor. As it descended beyond 7,000 m, the pressure began distorting the audio signal. It was nothing unusual, but what was heard was not a mechanical failure. It was a rhythm, 2 pulses at perfect intervals. It was not sonar, nor whales. Tones that sounded like bells. The pulses formed repetitive groups. 5 beats, pause, 5 again, then a change. The pattern resembled a musical scale, but in a mode that did not exist. When inverted, the tones formed specular intervals that exactly matched the constellations in the sky during the summer solstice. The effect on the crew was disturbing. An engineer suffered sudden disorientation and was later found tracing squares with his finger on the steel hull of the cabin, with glassy, unfocused eyes. He did not remember doing it. He uttered only one word, "Do you remember?" And then he remained silent for hours. The submersible was withdrawn and the images sealed. But in a filter transmission that was briefly uploaded to an encrypted shared file in 2011, the last frame of the dive showed something under the silt. It was not just the grid, but a structure, a square tower, half buried, rising from the bottom of the pit, made of black stone that shone in the light. The surface was smooth, reflective, but not of the ocean surrounding it. Its reflection showed stars, stars that were not aligned with the sky of Earth. From that moment on, Narnia disappeared again from conversations. There were no more missions, no follow-up articles, not even denials. It was as if the ocean had swallowed the story. What makes the pit so disturbing is not only what may be inside its grid, but the feeling shared by all who study it, that the structure is not only buried, but sealed, that the silence surrounding it is not due to ignorance or abandonment. It is intentional protective. There is a theory that has never been officially expressed, but that is known in certain circles, according to which Narnia is not an ancient ruin, but a kind of vault, a container. Of knowledge, yes, but also perhaps something more, something that waits, sleeps, or dreams. The symmetry of the grid, its alignment with terrestrial and celestial coordinates, suggests that it is not a city that collapsed, but a mechanism with a purpose which should not be disturbed. The sea above Narnia is calm, apparently. Sailors say that the water there resists entry, not with waves, but with heaviness. The boats move more slowly. The winds calm down. Electronic devices become miscalibrated. But under that silence, if the stories are true, the network remains dark, still watching, a perfect form under the ocean, created not by erosion or chance, but by hands or minds or something else. And until it speaks again, Narnia waits in dark. Part 19. The Badloa Reef Spiral. In the remote southern quadrant of the Indian Ocean, nestled between unimportant sea routes and far from the reach of satellite signal stability, lies a reef so peculiar, so intentionally avoided, that even cartographers treat its location with unease. It is not huge. It is not deep. And yet, the Badloa Reef has the silent reputation of being not only forbidden, but geometrically impossible. The name Badloa itself is a curiosity. In several dialects of South Asia, it translates roughly as noble world or civilized kingdom, but no one alive claims to have named it that. In fact, the name first appears on an obscure nautical chart of the Royal Navy dated 1834, written in pencil next to an unmarked blank area. No one remembers exploring it. No crew recorded its discovery. And yet, it is there, calm, circular, and spiral. Unlike natural coral reefs, which form along continental shelves or volcanic ridges, the Badloa Reef is suspended in shallower waters where no reef should grow. It forms a perfect spiral, not an irregular or eroded ring, but a Fibonacci spiral that follows the golden ratio with astonishing precision. The spiral extends outward for almost 2 kilometers, composed not of coral colonies, but of dark, dense limestone intertwined with metallic veins that shine even on cloudy days. A natural reef of this composition has never before been found. From the surface, it's fascinating. The water covering it faintly reflects the spiral as light curves through the shallow plains. Pilots flying over the area describe nausea, vertigo, and an overwhelming sensation of being drawn toward the center, even thousands of meters high. Some military planes have refused to fly over it, alleging inexplicable navigation errors and erratic altimeter readings. Civilian ships in the region, although scarce, report compass deviations and static on the radio that intensifies as they approach the center of the spiral. But it is the center that has fascinated and obsessed those who have seen it. In 1997, a team of underwater documentary filmmakers attempting to film a coral ecosystem off Madagascar deviated from their course due to a low-pressure anomaly. They made an unscheduled stop near the spiral. Unaware of its reputation, their images begin with amazement. Crystal clear waters, strange reef formations, fish moving in synchronized loops that seem too perfect to be random. But as the dive progresses, the camera captures something else. It is not marine life, nor rock. It was a structure. In the center of the spiral, just 15 meters deep, lay what looked like a dais. An ancient stone platform raised on 4 legs, partially submerged in the seabed. On top, carved in concentric circles, were symbols not identified with any known language. Each circle rotated in the opposite direction to the surrounding spiral reef, as if defying the very flow of the water. The divers approached, drawn by a feeling of quiet awe, but none could stay close for long. They all described an immediate feeling of unease, as if the water grew colder, heavier, and somehow was listening. One diver claimed to hear a tone, not through the ears, but behind the skull, a constant hum that changed pitch each time he stepped in a different direction. When he turned his back to the platform, the hum stopped. When he looked at it again, it resumed. The images did not record any of this, but a low, oscillating vibration appeared on the audio track, undetectable to the divers at that time. That night, strange things began to happen aboard the cruise. The instruments failed. The clocks reset. Reportedly, one team member began speaking in a rhythmic chant while sleeping, repeating syllables that could not be related to any language. When he woke up, he remembered nothing, only a headache and the feeling that something had been measuring him. They returned to port and presented their data, but it was quietly suppressed. The documentary was never broadcast. One of the producers left the industry completely. The rest simply refused to talk about the subject. However, others have tried. In 2008, a private exploration team funded by a solitary industrialist sent a submersible to map the entire reef system. They never reached the center. Within a radius of 300 m, The submersible's cameras began to distort, curving lines and shapes until the screen became unusable. The pilot described the images as looking through water made of glass and shadows. He returned without incident, but vowed never to dive again. What scientists cannot explain is how the reef maintains its spiral. Ocean currents should erode and disperse limestone deposits. However, year after year, it remains identical, precise to the last arc and turn, as if maintained. Some theorize that it is a natural anomaly created by mineral sediments and magnetic flows. Others believe it is the vestige of something older, something artificial, a message or a map encoded on Earth before memory began. The more esoteric theories propose that the spiral is not just a shape, but a container. That the structure at its heart is not a relic of the past, but a seal, a pressure point. As a warning, the Badloa Reef is now officially listed as a restricted marine area for ecological preservation, but no research permits have been granted in over a decade. That no child mark its edges. No studies have been published, and those who seek it often find GPS tracking becomes unreliable long before approaching. It was the silence, not the stillness of the distance, but the silence of will. That something under the waves wants to be left alone. That each current, each fragment of coral, each fish that moves following that pattern does so not because it wants to, but because it must. The spiral does not protect us from what is inside. It protects what is inside us. Part 20. A bleeding wall of Tamra in the depths beyond the known faults and continental divisions, hidden under one of the most monotonous regions of the South Atlantic Ocean, is located in a trench known only in ocean charts classified as the Tamra Trench. Unlike the more famous Mariana or Tonga trenches, Tamra is not the deepest place in the sea, but it is the most inexplicable. It has no form of canyon or crack. It is a wall, an almost vertical descent that extends for kilometers without a single geological reason to exist. And inside that wall, there's a place where the ocean bleeds. The Tamra Trench caught the attention of scientists for the first time in the 1970s, during an echo mapping in deep waters carried out by a research initiative from Brazil. The team expected to trace the smooth characteristics of the continental slope, but what the sonar scanners threw up defied all expectations. A vertical drop that extended downwards, as if a huge slab had simply been cut off from the seabed. The sonar did not show an irregular or eroded cliff, but a flat vertical surface too perfect for any known natural process. The wall became informally known as the Tamra Descent, in honor of the chief geologist's daughter, who had passed away at sea years before. The name remained, although it never appeared in official atlases. What most surprised the researchers was not its shape, but what they found engraved on its surface. At a depth of 6,000 m, the wall presented a series of deep grooves, long curved clefts that descended in a spiral with disturbing symmetry. The patterns did not follow the tectonic stress points or the erosion lines. They were smooth, almost polished, and, most disturbingly, of an intense red color. The initial hypothesis was that it was rust, oxidized iron that was seeping from underground ducts. But the samples taken by the first ROV dives revealed something completely different. The substance was organic, not blood, but something molecularly similar. A thick, viscous secretion rich in iron and unidentified proteins. It adhered to the wall in pulsating lines that formed arterial shapes. When it was altered, it regenerated slowly, as if it were extracted from the interior of the rock itself. Hence the name, they whispered among those who knew it, the Bleeding Wall. Only 2 immersions have successfully reached the area. The first, in 1983, was manned. The small capsule, Attainer, transported 2 researchers who reported a strange sensation of pressure, not coming from the ocean that surrounded them, but from their own minds. Both later described vivid dreams during the descent, vast chambers filled with red stones, echoes that sounded like heartbeats, and something watching them from behind the wall. One of the scientists claimed that the wall was alive. The other never spoke of the experience again and completely abandoned the field. The second descent, unmanned, took place in 1999 using a more advanced ROV system. The images have never been made public, but leaked internal reports suggest they captured something impossible. A slow movement deep inside the wall, a displacement behind the stone, as if something immense stirred. The bleeding grooves became thicker during the presence of the ROV, secreting more red liquid until visibility was lost. Then the transmission was cut off. The ROV returned intact, but changed. Its outer casing was coated with a layer of the same secretion, and its internal electronic components had short-circuited in a sequence that seemed like neural feedback, almost as if the machine had been spoken to. Since then, the area has been restricted. The maritime authorities cataloged it as a seismic risk zone, although no earthquakes have been recorded there in more than a century. The buoys placed nearby move from their place. Navigation equipment loses calibration within a radius of 100 kilometers. Underwater radar pulses return distorted echoes, often showing ghost ridges that appear and disappear between scans. A signal technician commented that the wall seems to move when it is not being looked at. But despite the silence, the bleeding wall continues. Satellite thermal readings show faint heat pulses radiating from the area with an irregular periodicity, but always following an increasing pattern, as if something were breathing under the sea. And sometimes, in exceptional conditions, when the moonlight falls on the ocean properly, the surface waters above Tamra shine with a faint red color, as if reflecting something that should not be there. The fishermen from the closest coasts instinctively avoid that region. They don't speak about it. Some older sailors claim that the wall is not a place, but a scar, a seal printed on the Earth's crust to retain something old, something with eyes. There are myths from West African and pre-Columbian traditions that describe a place where the ocean opened in the past and was sealed by gods who left a barrier of bloody stone to prevent what was inside from returning. They speak of beings that do not die, only sleep, and that those walls must remain intact so that the ancient hunger does not resurface. No sonar, no camera, no diver has reached the base of the bloody wall. It disappears into the pressure and darkness, leaving only that vertical and impossible face engraved in spirals, oozing that iron-rich secretion as if remembering the pain or warning us of its return. It is the only place in the ocean where the water itself seems wounded, where silence does not bring calm, but tension, where the sea does not cry for the lost, but for what it must keep buried. And somewhere far below, where no light can reach, the wall breathes. Part 21. The Silence Beneath Kerguelen. There is a place in the confines of the southern Indian Ocean where storms never cease, where winds roar over endless waves, and even the bravest ships avoid passing for fear of being swallowed by the sea. It is known as the Zone of Desolation, a region with a very accurate name that surrounds the Kerguelen Plateau, a huge mass of underwater land that some call a sunken continent. But in the middle of this remote desert of water and rock, there is something even stranger, an area of unnatural calm, so deeply silent that even the ocean itself seems to avoid it. This region is sometimes known as the silence under Kerguelen, a term not used by locals, since there are none, but the scattered whispers among oceanographers, signal technicians, and advanced naval posts that at some point have passed too close and have returned restless. Because in a world in which the ocean is rarely calm, this place is quiet in a way that defies reason. The Kerguelen Plateau is huge, larger than all of Western Europe, and submerged under thousands of meters of water. Geologically, it is a microcontinent formed tens of millions of years ago by volcanic activity and the movement of the plates. Most of it remains hidden, except for the Kerguelen Islands, which protrude from the surface. Lonely volcanic mountain ranges lashed by rain and ice, home only to scattered research stations and seabird colonies. But under those rugged rocks, in the deepest folds of the plateau, lies the silence. It was first documented in 1982 during a series of French acoustic studies aimed at mapping the subglacial topography of the Southern Ocean. The team expected interference, wind noise, seismic vibrations, the constant murmur of the sea. But what they found in a section of the plateau was a dead zone. Nothing was heard. No biological clicks, no tectonic noises, not even the faint hum of sediments carried by the current. Only a black field of nothing, so complete that it seemed as if the instruments were broken. But they were not. Repeated passes confirmed the anomaly. Hydrophones introduced into the water recorded a silence so absolute that it was disorienting. The technicians described it as a kind of sensory vacuum, a negative pressure on the mind. Divers who later descended to the limits of the zone reported sensations of unreality. That time moved strangely. One described it as being inside the eye of something huge. The area became the object of discreet, non-public interest. Naval documents censored the coordinates, but over the years, ships continued to avoid it, not out of fear, but because their instruments failed when passing through there. The compass readings deviated. The sonar pulses returned distorted echoes that looked like shapes and then disintegrated into static. Submarines that ventured to approach saw their internal navigation restart with meaningless coordinates, often indicating 0 degrees north 0 degree E, the point in the Atlantic to which the GPS returns when it loses location. But this was not the Atlantic, and it was not a coincidence. More disturbing were the audio files. In the mid-1990s, a research vessel deployed a series of low-frequency sensors in the silent region, hoping to detect microchemical phenomena. Instead, they captured a series of tonal pulses, long harmonic signals spaced with precision, too regular to be natural, too deep to come from any known creature. The frequencies were barely perceptible to the human ear, but when analyzed, they showed patterns, waveforms that resembled language, not human language, but something more, something structured. When the files were enhanced and played back, some listeners reported physical discomfort, headaches, vertigo, and a strange fluttering sensation in the chest. Others simply stopped playback, describing the sound as strange, in a way they couldn't explain. One woman, a linguist reviewing the harmonics, compared them to a kind of musical encryption patterns based on dissonance, as if the source was trying to mimic human communication, but didn't quite understand how. The patterns repeated, changed, modified the tone as if responding to interference. And always between the pulses, there was that deep undertone, a background hum that seemed to increase the more one listened, as if something behind the sound slowly awoke. More theories arose. Some believed that the region was a form of natural camouflage, an acoustic blind spot created by the superposition of geological layers. Others claimed that it was a side effect of strange magnetic formations in the plateau's crust, where ancient volcanic structures trapped sound waves and created interference patterns. But none of these theories explained the tonal pulses, and none accounted for what happened in 2007. That year, a Russian oceanographic mission was lost while exploring the edge of the Kerguelen Plateau. For 3 days, there was no communication. Then, suddenly, the ship's signal reappeared, far off course, adrift, and without an engine. A French patrol boat intercepted it and found the crew intact, without physical damage, but changed. The men were silent, with glassy eyes, unresponsive. All the clocks on board had stopped at the same time. For hours, 17 minutes and 36 seconds. When asked later, the crew could not explain what had happened. Only one wrote something, rolled up in a notebook, found hidden in a bunk. We heard it breathe. Since then, the region has been discreetly monitored but never explained. No one claims that the silence is malevolent. There are no monsters, no disappearances, no acts of destruction, just the absolute absence of sound, a place where the ocean forgets to be alive. Some now believe that the silence under Kerguelen is not a void, but a veil. That under the stillness lies something ancient and submerged, a resonance beyond understanding, a kind of living frequency that does not roar, but waits. It is not sleep, it is not dead, it only listens. And so, the ships continue to sail around it. The nautical charts leave it blank. The signals bounce. And somewhere under that icy silence, whatever hides in the folds of the earth remains still, watching from the depths, waiting for something we were never meant to understand. It is a silence so complete that it becomes a presence. And in that silence, The sea keeps its oldest secret. Part 22. The Ghost Corridor of the Baltic Sea. There's a strip of water between Sweden and Finland where strange things float. Not only old war remnants or lost fishing boats, but even stranger things. Signals on the sonar without mass. Vessels without origin. Echoes of movement that repeat the same pattern over and over, as if trapped in an invisible loop. This region, often referred to privately as the Ghost Corridor, is a narrow strip of sea in the north of the Baltic, which is rarely talked about and even less investigated. However, among maritime navigators and deep-sea researchers, it is sadly famous. It all started with the disappearances. Between the late 1980s and early 2000s, the disappearance of small civilian vessels was reported at an unusual rate in this corridor. Not during storms or ice seasons, nor in bad weather. They disappeared on clear days and with the sea calm. There were no distress calls or signs of shipwreck. Some are found weeks or months later, adrift with everything intact except the people. The radios on board were tuned to the correct channels. The life jackets were still stowed, the food half-eaten, the diaries open, but the crew or passengers had simply disappeared. What caught the attention of the researchers was not only the absence, but the repetition. Ships were found along the same arc, drifting southwest, always stopping near the same coordinates before their engines shut down. It was as if something invisible had dragged them there, and then released them once it had gotten what it wanted. In 2011, a privately funded Swedish expedition set out to investigate what some suspected might be magnetic anomalies or cold water eddies responsible for dragging the ships off course. What they found, however, made headlines around the world, albeit for only a few days before media coverage strangely died down. On the seabed, about 90 meters deep, the team discovered a huge circular formation about 60 meters in diameter with abnormally straight edges and strange grooves along its perimeter. It was immediately christened the Baltic Sea Anomaly. To the untrained eye, the sonar images looked like a crashed spaceship, with what looked like a ramp or staircase leading to curved dome. But it wasn't just the shape that unsettled people. It was interference. As the research team approached the anomaly, all electronic equipment began failing. The cameras shorted out. The lights flickered then went out. Even satellite phones stopped functioning. As reported, the water seemed unusually calm, as if it absorbed all movement. The divers who later descended to the area described a kind of oppressive pressure, not from the depth, but from a presence. One of them said that it felt as if something without eyes was watching him. The object or structure was made of a stone-like material, but tests showed it did not match the geology of the surrounding seabed. The samples revealed high levels of titanium, manganese, and other alloys rarely found together in natural rock formations. Some even theorized that the material was synthetic, possibly remains of an ancient machine, or, as the most imaginative suggested, a vehicle of non-terrestrial origin. But there is more. When later expeditions returned to the anomaly, they discovered a corridor, a long, narrow depression that extended northeast from the circular formation. Like a ditch dug in the seabed, it extended almost 1.5 kilometers in a straight line, like a blade, and ended in a second smaller crescent formation. This characteristic gave the area its new name, the Phantom Corridor. The disturbing thing is that many missing ships were last tracked right above this ditch. Sonar readings along the corridor showed changing anomalies, movements not caused by currents or fish, but by something else. Objects that appeared and then disappeared. Metallic echoes without a clear shape. Pulses of acoustic distortion that ran the entire length of the ditch, like whispers repeated in waves every 19 minutes. Always 19, never more or less. Attempts to lower sensors into the pit often failed. The ropes snapped. The cameras went blind. And when an unmanned probe managed to transmit a brief image before shutting down, it showed something impossible. What appeared to be artificial markings on the pit walls. Symbols, patterns like writing, but not in any known language. And then came the stories. Divers returning from the Phantom Corridor often recounted dreams. Vivid and repetitive dreams in which they drowned, but not in water, but in light. They heard voices, not in their ears, but in their thoughts. One diver described it as being shown memories that were not his own. Another, weeks later, was hospitalized for psychological disorders. He had begun to engrave symbols on his arms. Those symbols were later found to resemble those recorded near the pit walls. A detail often omitted in public reports is the behavior of birds in the region. Seabirds flying over the corridor have been observed to suddenly veer off course and often plunge into the sea for no reason. Satellite images show subtle undulating patterns along the ditch. Long curved waves that appear at perfect intervals, even when there is no wind, as if the sea itself was breathing. Some theories are based on geology. Perhaps the trench is a vestige of ancient glacial activity, and the anomaly, a system of collapsed caves that traps sonar. Others suggest military experiments, magnetic weaponry, early underwater tests, or even Cold War debris fields interfering with equipment. But none of that explains the frequency pulses or the dreams, nor the fact that so many expeditions end up being silenced, reporting loss of equipment, funding cuts, or personal disturbances that lead to teams dissolving. What remains undeniable is that the corridor is real and that what is hidden underneath does not want to be known. The last large expedition carried out in 2016 ended prematurely. Half the team reported nausea, disorientation, and memory loss after spending only an hour over the pit. Most of the images were damaged, except for a recording in which the sound is completely cut off and replaced by a single low-frequency tone that continues uninterrupted for 47 seconds. Near the end of the clip, the camera shakes sharply, as if struck from below, before going black. The crew never returned. To this day, the phantom corridor of the Baltic remains unmarked on public navigation maps. There is no child, no warning, no red zone, just a quiet space in the cold, indifferent sea. But every few years, a ship disappears or a signal is captured that fades in the middle of the transmission. And those who follow these things know just what it means. There are places in the ocean that do not want to be crossed. And if you listen carefully in the depths of the sea, you can still hear that faint, pulsating rhythm, like a signal calling through time. It is not a distress call, nor a request for help, but a call to return. Part 23. The Silent Zone of the Argentine Abyss. In the depths of the South Atlantic, beyond the coastal bustle of Argentine cities, there is a region known only to a few. A pit so little traveled and silently guarded that it is known as the Silent Zone of the Argentine Abyss. Few speak of it in official records, and those who do often use vague language, as if they hesitate to mark its position clearly on a map. But under the cloak of that silence hides one of the most enigmatic places in the ocean. A shadowy scar on the seabed where strange signals arise, instruments fail, and creatures not yet cataloged have been glimpsed by trembling eyes. It is not prohibited by law, but by fear. And once the stories begin, it's easy to understand why. The Argentine Abyss is located at the southern end of the Argentine Basin, plunging to depths of almost 6,500 m, while the nearby currents of Brazil and Malvinas swirl in dynamic complexity. The pit itself remains abnormally still. The sailors and researchers who have ventured to approach speak of sudden silences, of the wind dying out, of birds that disappear, and even of the rhythm of the waves that becomes strangely muffled. Some say it is like entering a void, as if the ocean were holding its breath. One of the most enduring stories around the Silent Zone occurred in the summer of 1991, when a multinational deep-water expedition known as Marco 7 disappeared for 72 hours. The mission had been tracking the migratory patterns of fish using submersibles and was equipped with state-of-the-art telemetry. For reasons still inexplicable, all communication with the team was lost after they entered the zone. When contact was re-established, the chief scientist, Dr. Claudia Sorelli, gave a brief, disjointed report before abruptly resigning from her position and retiring from public life. What little could be extracted from her record spoke of erratic equipment failures, inexplicable sound distortions, and sightings of pulsating bioluminescent structures in the depths, which moved breathed, and moved away from the submersible lights like a colony of jellyfish, but much larger and more coordinated. It is these coordinated behaviors that continue to disturb researchers studying the region. Most marine bioluminescence is reactive and used to attract prey or scare away predators. But in the silent zone, those who have dared to dive have recorded bursts of light that pulse in harmonic waves and spiral around the pit in what appears to be a form of collective signaling. The lights are often accompanied by a strange hum, deep and resonant, detectable only with specialized hydrophones. Some marine acousticians argue that the pattern resembles coded communication, too structured to be mere coincidence. Others warn against projecting intelligence onto unknown natural phenomena. But it was not only the sound and the light that turned the silent zone into an oceanic legend. There were also physical encounters. In 2007, a crew of the Argentine Navy reported a temporary loss of power while patrolling the perimeter of the pit. Their navigation systems spun out of control before the instruments stopped working completely. For 8 minutes, the ship was adrift, with the engines unresponsive. Then, as suddenly as the malfunction had begun, everything came back to life. A subsequent inspection of the onboard systems revealed no hardware problems, no logical explanation, only a spike of electromagnetic interference recorded during the blackout, similar to a geomagnetic storm. However, no such storm had occurred. Fishermen also have stories. Nets dragged near the pit often return torn to shreds, as if they had been torn by metallic claws, or do not return at all. A veteran trawler fisherman claimed to have seen something impossible. A swirl of intense green light formed in the water in front of his vessel, silent and pulsing like a heartbeat. Moments later, the hull of the ship vibrated violently, and a metallic hum resonated through the steel. The ocean calmed down in a matter of minutes, but the crew refused to return for months. The Argentine government, when asked, maintains that the abyss is simply a geologically complex place and is not subject to restrictions. But satellite data show a curiously constant absence of traffic within a radius of 40 miles. It is said that submarines from neighboring countries avoid the area. Even trade routes are diverted to surround it, as if the ocean itself insisted on preserving silence. One hypothesis suggests that the Argentine abyss could harbor a huge system of hydrothermal vents, yet to be discovered, which are known to sustain entire ecosystems in the total darkness of the ocean floor, which could explain the strange lights and biological anomalies. But these sources usually emit heat, and the thermal scanners of the area show only a chilling cold, a stillness that contradicts any volcanic activity. Others suggest that the trench is located on a magnetic anomaly, a disturbance in the Earth's crust that alters equipment and induces hallucinations. However, magnetic anomalies do not explain the light patterns or synchronized bioluminescence observed by the divers. And then there is the question of the sound, the low-frequency hums and distorted echoes captured by the hydrophones. In 2013, a research station in the Islas Malvinas recorded a signal from the trench that lasted 43 minutes. It was a tone that slowly increased and ended in a burst of superimposed pulses, like a chorus of machines that came alive then disappeared. The sound was repeated a week later, at exactly the same time of day. Attempts to locate its origin failed. To this day, the recording is used in training sessions on inexplicable underwater acoustics. Despite the warnings and disappearances, some are drawn to the abyss like moths to a light. Independent divers, thrill seekers, and rebellious researchers continue exploring its borders, hoping to glimpse what others fear. Some return shocked, others not so much. One diver described his descent as entering a cathedral of silence, where something observes but never speaks. Another claimed to feel his thoughts slowing as he approached the trench, as if something ancient brushed his consciousness, an emotion that was not his. Is the silent zone of the Argentine abyss simply a convergence of uncommon natural forces, misinterpreted through human imagination? Or is it something else entirely? A living system, an ancestral intelligence, a hidden kingdom that the ocean protects by enveloping it in mystery. The sea has always hidden its treasures under layers of silence. And in places like the Argentine abyss, that silence is not empty. It is the sound of secrets that refuse to be known. Part 24. The labyrinth under the Weddell Sea, in the heart of the Southern Ocean and surrounded by the icy arms of Antarctica, is a mass of water so cold, so remote, and so little navigated that much of it remains a cartographic enigma. The Weddell Sea, often shrouded in endless layers of drifting ice, is a realm of crystalline silence and floating solitude. But in the depths beneath its surface, beyond the icy thresholds and in the midnight zone, there is something stranger than the frozen darkness. Sonar readings and glacial anomalies have hinted at the existence of an underwater labyrinth, an immense labyrinth of corridors under the seabed, possibly natural, possibly not. Some call it a quirk of geology. Others believe it is a forgotten chamber built, abandoned, and sealed under the ice before memory could reach it. The first clues emerged in the late 1990s when a research vessel, the Polar Sentinel, deployed an autonomous submersible to map sediment displacement near the Filchner ice shelf. As the machine descended into the icy darkness, its sensors began to record strange geometric voids under the ocean floor, uniform caverns that extended horizontally in unnatural directions, all arranged in what seemed to be a pattern. At first, the discovery was attributed to ice deformation in the sastrugi style, a term used to describe rough snow surfaces. But the deeper the probe went, the stranger the layout became. The angles were too precise. Some gaps were perfectly square, with equidistant branching arms, and others appeared circular with internal chambers. Months later, a second dive was scheduled to try to reach one of these formations directly, but this time the signal was lost just before contact. The submarine never resurfaced. All that remained was a burst of data transmitted partway. Strange sonar beeps, followed by a mechanical silence. The crew, experienced and skeptical, grew restless. A silent consensus arose. The terrain was too unstable. The place was abandoned. The report was buried in silence. But rumors of what had been seen persisted in the halls of polar science. Years passed before another mission attempted to verify the claim. A multinational team returned, this time better equipped. Under almost 900 m of ice and 3,000 m of water, they finally confirmed it, a complex of caverns extending for kilometers. Its walls reflected the sonar with almost crystalline precision. However, what really baffled the researchers was not the shape of the structure, but the temperature within. Readings taken at various points within the void showed temperatures several degrees higher than the surrounding waters. Not enough to be volcanic. Not comforting enough, but enough to suggest activity. Some speculated it was hot brine filtering through geological fractures. But brine emits no sound, and that is what the hydrophones below captured. A deep, grave vibration, like an echo that bounced from chamber to chamber. It was not seismic. It was not mechanical. It pulsed irregularly, like something breathing in darkness. A sound with no known origin, impossible to pinpoint. And then it stopped as suddenly as it began. After that, there were rumors that the team had found what looked like a broken pylon, almost like a collapsed tower rising from the seafloor. It had no growths, barnacles, or trace of marine life attached to its surface, as if it had just arrived, or even worse, as if nothing dared touch it. The sample extracted from its base did not match the surrounding rock. It was not basalt. It was not granite. Some claimed that it resembled a synthetic compound, a mixture of fused minerals in a way that no tectonic process could replicate. But official reports dismissed the finding as glacial abrasion deposits and closed the case. The actual sample was discreetly removed and never mentioned again. Perhaps the most chilling thing is what happened next. The same year that the team returned from the Weddell site, several of the researchers resigned without giving public explanations. One of them, a Swedish geophysicist, disappeared months later while hiking alone in Sarek National Park. His notes, later found in a sealed envelope, contained a single sentence written on the last page. He was watching us from below. The handwriting was frantic. The ink was smudged. Skeptics argue that it is little more than cold-induced paranoia combined with psychological effects of prolonged darkness. Others are not so sure. The Wet Sea has long been avoided by sailors. Its climate becomes wild without warning. Its magnetic fields are known to interfere with compasses. Even the ice moves strangely there, fracturing into perfect lines and reforming faster than radar can predict. Some believe that this is where the Earth forgets its rules, or where something else imposes different ones. Stories persist of Soviet expeditions in the 1960s that went too far into the ice and never returned. One legend tells that the crew sent a last radio message before disappearing completely. There's a light under the ice. It is not the sun. Whether real or not, the wet labyrinth remains unexplored, untouched, hidden under thousands of tons of cold, crushing silence. A void built not only by time or tectonics, but by something with symmetry in mind, something that waits. And so the mystery endures. The dark cathedral under the South Pole, buzzing with forgotten signals and impossible shapes. The kind of place that no current can clean and that current science cannot explain. Whether it's a chamber of the earth or the echo of something much older, the labyrinth under the Wet Sea remains one of the most disturbing oceanic secrets ever glimpsed. Part 25. The whispering circles of the Baltic depths off the coasts of Sweden and Finland. Hidden beneath the gray expanse of the Baltic Sea lies a formation that continues to baffle oceanographers, military analysts, and geologists alike. Discovered by chance in 2011 by a team of treasure hunters using sonar to locate shipwrecks, the structure appeared at first glance to be just another anomaly on the seabed. But as they got closer, it became clear that it was not a sunken ship. What they had found was a huge, perfectly circular object, almost 200 feet in diameter, resting quietly on the seafloor. A formation that seemed so artificial, so deliberate, that some came to refer to it simply as the Baltic Sea anomaly. The first thing that caught the team's attention was not only the shape, but also the texture. The sonar image showed grooves and ridges carved into its surface in concentric patterns, like the rings of an ancient tree or deliberate engravings of a forgotten language. Even more mysterious was what appeared to be a set of stair-shaped ledges leading to a plateau, as if the object had been built to be walked on. The side descended abruptly towards the seabed, and part of the structure curved upwards in a shape that was disturbingly reminiscent of a caudal fin or a rudder, which led to the first far-fetched speculations that it was an ancient submarine or even something not of this world. When the team returned with diving equipment to examine it directly, they found the descent murky and disorienting. Visibility decreased rapidly, as if the water was thicker near the anomaly. The divers reported a strange stillness, a heavy and oppressive silence as they approached the site. One of the first things they noticed was that the electronic equipment started malfunctioning. The cameras flickered. Communication with the surface was intermittent. And in a disturbing moment, an underwater ROV simply shut off without explanation. Its systems burned out and were unrecoverable. When the divers finally reached the anomaly and touched its surface, they described the material as cold, not only from the surrounding water, but unusually cold, a few degrees lower than everything around it. The surface was harder than expected, metallic in some places, almost like volcanic glass in others. Samples were taken and, once analyzed, the results proved inconclusive. The material seemed to be a fusion of sandstone, metals, and other elements that could not be easily explained as natural sediments. But the oddities did not stop there. The divers described hearing sounds underwater. They were neither mechanical nor biological, but faint vibrations that resonated through the structure itself. Some compared it to a slow, rhythmic hum, as if the formation was gently pulsing like a machine in sleep mode. Others heard clicking patterns reminiscent of sonar, but different from any sound that marine life could emit. The sounds ceased the moment the divers withdrew. Above the anomaly, satellite sensors occasionally showed slight magnetic distortions. Readings from passes near the site were reported to spin erratically, and located equipment often lost its ability to calibrate. Some suggested that it could be due to natural magnetic deposits in the rock, but the formations around the anomaly did not match the geological profiles of the surrounding seabed. It was as if the anomaly did not belong in that place at all. As news of the anomaly spread, theories multiplied. Some postulated that it was a glacial deposit sculpted by ancient ice sheets as they retreated. Others believed that they could be the remains of an ancient fortress swallowed by the sea after a huge tectonic movement. But what made the anomaly so fascinating was not only its physical structure, it was its pattern. When detailed sonar scans were superimposed with 3D mapping algorithms, symmetrical clefts radiating from the object in all directions were revealed, like frozen waves in stone. They were not random. They followed an almost musical spacing. Equal intervals, equal lengths, like a coded message not in language, but in geometry. Swedish naval archives reportedly contained declassified documents referencing unexplained sonar signals in the region dating back to the 1950s. Submarines from the Cold War era had once navigated these waters and recorded anomalies, areas where instruments failed and sound behaved strangely. No official explanation was ever given. One diver claimed that, in the weeks following his expedition, he received an envelope without a sender with a single content. A satellite photograph showing the same anomaly, but taken more than a decade before its alleged discovery. The implication was clear. It had been known and ignored for much longer than admitted. But perhaps most disturbing are the stories that emerge from the folklore of nearby fishing communities. Long before the advent of sonar and modern ships, sailors in the Baltic spoke of the Whispering Bottom, a place where nets broke for no reason and anchors slipped silently. In the depth stillness of the fog-shrouded waters, some claimed to hear voices, not loud, not human, but murmurs rising from below, as if the ocean itself was remembering something long buried. Could it be that the Baltic Sea anomaly was something more than just a rock, something more than an accident? Some theorists believe it could be a vestige of a civilization erased by time. Others whisper about ancient technologies, forced landings, or ships that never left because they were never meant to. Whatever it is, it remains there motionless, unaffected by the years that pass. As if waiting for what? Nobody knows. But those who have seen it, those who have heard the whispers under the sea, rarely forget it. The cold waters of the Baltic hide many shipwrecks, but only one makes you wonder if it sank on its own or if it was placed there. A monument to something humanity has not yet remembered, or perhaps should never remember. Part 26. The submerged warning of Sable Ridge in the distant North Atlantic. In an area of ocean long considered treacherous by sailors, there is an unusual formation known only to a few coastal researchers and deep-sea explorers. It is not marked on commercial maps, and there are no official warnings issued by maritime authorities. And yet, those who operate in these waters, the old fishing captains, the salvage teams, and even modern drone operators, know to stay away. They call it Sable Ridge, a strange elevation that rises from the seabed, almost like a finger extending upward through the darkness. But the danger does not come from reefs or currents. The danger is something quite different, something that seems to resonate from below, vibrating at frequencies not heard but felt, something whispering warnings in the bones of those who get too close. It all started with a classified British naval expedition in 1964. At the height of Cold War paranoia, a specialized vessel equipped with experimental sonar was tasked with investigating anomalies off Canada's east coast, in areas where underwater signals had repeatedly been lost without a trace. They called the operation Mapping Mission, but some scientists on board suspected they were chasing something more. They never said it aloud, but many on board believed they were hunting ghost signals, pings that resonated for a moment and then disappeared completely, as if it were a game of hide-and-seek. Mapping Mission, but some scientists on board suspected they were chasing something more. They never said it aloud, but many on board believed they were hunting ghost signals, pings that resonated for an instant and then disappeared completely, as if swallowed by something too smooth, too hollow, or too intelligent. The ship passed over what is now known as Sable Ridge, and something happened. The sonar equipment began to fail with a precise rhythm, as if the signal interference was systematic, not random. It came in waves, interrupting the instruments every 9 minutes and 17 seconds. That consistency terrified the scientists. One of them even noted in his diary that it seemed more like a heartbeat than interference. The mission was interrupted without explanation. The records that reached the surface were censored to the point of being unusable, but rumors spread among naval circles. Silent rumors, but they all said the same thing. The mountain range beats, and the closer you get, the more you feel something beating in response. Decades later, a group of oceanographers funded by a private European institute returned to the same place. Their goal was to perform deep-water scans with autonomous drones, believing modern technology could succeed where Cold War analogs had failed. But from the moment their equipment descended, the anomalies began. The first drone returned with corrupted images, but not due to data loss. The images were intact. It was the content that disturbed them. The video showed smooth trenches carved into the ridge's slope, shapes that looked polished, not by erosion, but by design. Spiral grooves, too symmetrical to be natural. One researcher said they reminded her of fossilized architecture, buildings reduced to skeletal outlines. Others were not so poetic. One simply said it looked like a warning carved in stone. Of the 3 drones deployed, only one reappeared. The second sent no data. The third continued transmitting for more than 14 hours before its signal abruptly cut off. It was not an accident or power failure. According to all records, the signal was swallowed by silence, as if something had absorbed it during full transmission. When a search ship descended to try to recover it, it found nothing more than a smooth, intact seabed where the drone had been. There were no remains, no trace of metal. Only pressure readings suggesting the mountain range had exhaled in a sudden burst of current moments before. Interestingly, all the biological sensors in the area also showed a void. There were no fish, no plankton, not even deep-sea crustaceans. The water around Sable Ridge, although crystal clear and chemically neutral, was completely devoid of life. Some proposed the hypothesis of a localized dead zone, perhaps from leaks of toxic minerals or electromagnetic pulses. But others argued that even toxins would leave remains, small skeletons, dead jellyfish, bacteria. Instead, Sable Ridge seemed to erase biology completely, like a sterilized pocket in the ocean's memory. Then the audio tapes came. A month after the drone's disappearance, one of the researchers, Dr. Arndt Voss, reported that his team began having lucid dreams. All of them dreamed of circular structures illuminated by a shifting bioluminescence. Dreams of flooded tunnels with a static hum. At first, they did not share these dreams for fear of stress or that it was a coincidence. But when they described what they'd seen, their drawings matched even in the most impossible details. A ring of 9 needles, a staircase made of rock at an angle, and in the center, something shaped like an altar if altars could breathe. To confirm or refute the hallucinations, Dr. Voss replayed the raw hydrophone data captured during the Ridge study. A frequency peak caught his attention, barely audible, but with multiple overlapping tones. When processed and slowed, it formed what sounded like a harmonic chant. 6 notes, then silence, then 6 again, unchanging and unwavering. It continued for hours in the background, under the sonar beeps and current measurements. Some believed it was something natural, a byproduct of tectonic vibrations, but others were not so sure, especially when they discovered something strange in the spectrogram, a short vertical line that repeated every 917 seconds. The exact time recorded on the 1964 mission, a cycle that had never stopped. Today, no authorized missions are sent near that ridge. The Canadian Coast Guard refuses to acknowledge its name. Commercial vessels are diverted silently. Satellite images show nothing, but from time to time, strange signals continue to resonate from the depths, always rhythmic, always distant and always synchronized with the heartbeat of something that has never been seen, but that could still be watching us. The deeper you go, the more the ridge seems not a place, but a pulse. Something buried, not to be studied, but forgotten. Part 27. The Underwater Vault of Havana. Off the coast of Cuba, near the warm turquoise waters of Havana's Bay, lies one of the most unusual and controversial discoveries ever made under the sea. It is not a shipwreck or pit, not even a lost city in the usual sense. It is something much stranger. What appears to be a huge complex of geometric stone structures lies in the depths of the Caribbean Sea. Some believe that it is a natural formation. Others are convinced that it is a lost civilization. But those who have studied the sonar readings call it something else. The Underwater Vault of Havana, a place forbidden not by law, but by mystery. A place where science, politics, and the impossible seem to collide. In the early 2000s, a team of marine engineers working for a Canadian exploration company known as Advanced Digital Communications scanned the seabed in the Yucatan Channel. The project was quite routine. A high-resolution sonar sweep of the ocean floor as part of an underwater mapping initiative. The waters off Cuba are known for their underwater topography, steep cliffs, coral platforms, and ancient trade routes filled with remains of centuries of history. But that day, the sonar recorded something strange, something that left the engineers frozen. At more than 2,000 feet deep, the seabed suddenly showed a series of symmetrical structures. Huge blocks arranged in a grid, some appearing to form pyramids, others resembling corridors or large, flat squares. It was not a messy disaster like one found in a landslide or earthquake. It seemed designed. At first, the team thought it was software failure, perhaps interference from underwater volcanic rocks or an optical effect caused by light and depth. But new scanners confirmed those results. The formations extended over several square kilometers and presented surprising geometric regularity. It was as if an entire city had frozen in time and submerged without a trace. Without records, without a name, only silence. The engineers presented findings to the Cuban government, which showed great interest initially. The deposit became the object of a joint investigation between Cuban scientists and the Canadian team. A marine geologist named Paulina Zalitsky, one of the leaders of the exploration, gave interviews in which she suggested that these structures could date back more than 6,000 years, possibly even earlier. If true, they would predate the Egyptian pyramids and Mesoamerican civilizations by millennia. The implications were huge. Not only would it suggest that a complex culture existed in the Caribbean at a time when the history of humanity barely had cities, but it could also imply that an entire chapter of civilization was erased by the rise in sea level at the end of the last glaciation. But then, everything went silent. Shortly after the initial discoveries were announced, reports of new expeditions stopped. The collaboration ended. The interviews were canceled. The funding vanished. Zalitsky's public statements became more cautious and, eventually, almost non-existent. Some speculated that the Cuban government, pressured by international entities, had closed the site for political reasons. Others whispered it was a covert military operation using the investigation as cover. And others believed something had been found, something too disturbing to share. Of course, there are skeptics. Some geologists believe the entire city is a misinterpretation of underwater mountain ranges, natural plateaus, and erosion patterns formed by millennia of ocean currents. They argue that people see what they want, projecting human order onto a chaotic natural formation. But even those experts admit the sonar images are unusual, too sharp, too consistent. Without direct images or excavated artifacts, the underwater vault of La Habana remains an enigma. No diver has reached it. We were before we became what we are. And so the vault sleeps, silent, unreachable, and possibly indecipherable. A city without a name, in a place without a past, only some shadowy ruins in the depths waiting. Part 28. The Black Current of Hashihajima, south of Tokyo, beyond the resplendent skyscrapers and bullet train veins of modern Japan, lies a chain of volcanic islands born of fire and tides. Among them is Hashihajima, a quiet, vegetation-covered place known for its hot springs, steep cliffs, and disturbing stillness. But under its waters flows something else, something darker. The fishermen call it Coroyo, N-O-I, the shadow of the black current, a changing zone of turbulence, magnetic interference, and strange disappearances that few discuss publicly, but everyone seems to know. Hashihajima is located near the route of the Kuroshio Current, the Japanese version of the Gulf Stream. This current brings warm, nutrient-rich waters north from the Philippine Sea, feeding ecosystems and shaping climate patterns across much of East Asia. It is one of the most powerful ocean currents on Earth. But around this island, it behaves strangely. The current fractures, sometimes forming eddies or funnels downward that reach the depths. Satellite data has shown sudden and abnormal temperature drops in narrow swaths of the ocean, despite being surrounded by warm waters. Ships passing through the area report instrument failures, GPS interference, and even temporary blindness among crew, a fog that is not meteorological, but mental. The Japanese Coast Guard has mapped the area on multiple occasions, but no consistent anomaly has been officially recognized. Even so, local authorities discreetly divert certain maritime routes, and in the houses of the town you can find old, hand-drawn maps in the houses of the towns that mark areas of the sea with an X and the word key disappeared. Local laws date back centuries. Fishermen from the Edo period spoke of the sea sinking without warning. Nets cast into calm waters would suddenly tighten and disappear, pulled by something they would never see. Entire boats, small merchant ships, fishing boats disappeared without a sound and were never found. The survivors, few, tell the same story. A feeling of unease in the air, static electricity stuck to the skin, time passing differently. One described rowing for hours only to find he had barely advanced a kilometer. Another claimed to see lights under the waves, like cities flickering through the water, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't seem human. In the 1970s, a research submersible from the University of Tokyo was sent to explore an underwater ravine near Hasehijima using new generation sonars and magnetometers. It was a bold project, one of the first deep-sea mapping missions off the island. The submersible descended for 90 minutes and transmitted stable data, then was recovered more than 80 kilometers away, with the hull deformed as if exposed to intense pressure or heat. There were no burn marks or signs of collision, only damage with no apparent origin. Some claim that the area housed an unknown hydrothermal vent system or seismic instability, but the surrounding ocean floor showed no volcanic activity strong enough to explain it. Now, divers avoid the region. Even the most experienced speak of the rough sea, a weight that rests on their shoulders once they submerge. They say that the water does not buzz in the ears, but in the chest, like a vibration without origin. A diver reported a brief fainting spell. He did not lose air, nor did the equipment fail, just a total void. He woke up several minutes later, drifting away from his point of descent, as if something had moved him. Then there is the story of the Shinakai, a private research vessel from the 1990s. Funded by a scientific institute, but operated independently, it attempted to explore the deepest point of the anomalous area near Hasehijima with a connected drone. The drone descended and sent high-resolution images. Barren stone, then a slope, then a cavernous opening that did not correspond to any known seabed geology in the region. As the camera approached, strange distortions began to appear. Fractal patterns throughout the screen, like reflections in broken glass. The drone's lights flickered, and then an image appeared, a single frame. To this day, it is debated whether the image was an error or a glimpse of something real. It showed a structure, not coral, nor rock, something square, with engraved lines that repeated symbols along its surface, partially buried in sediment. The transmission was cut off seconds later, and the drone was never recovered. The team kept the frame, but no analyst agrees on what it is. Some call it pareidolia. Others say it is the edge of a submerged vault. Some go further and call a warning. Geologists have theorized about the convergence of underground faults under the island, suggesting that magnetic anomalies could come from underground mineral deposits that react to tidal forces, but the data is inconsistent. Seismographs sometimes record tremors that do not align with tectonic movement. Sound sensors pick up deep pulses, ultra-low frequencies that travel for hours and defy any classification. Even marine life behaves differently near the black current. Schools of fish avoid it completely. Dolphins change course, sometimes violently, when they approach its outer edge. Satellite thermal maps continue to show irregular patterns, areas that cool for hours and then disappear. The current itself is visibly deformed from above, as if something large were moving through it below the surface, but nothing ever appears. Hashijima is a quiet island. Tourists come for its cliffs and its flowers, for its peaceful pace and its starry skies. But the locals continue to tell stories. They leave offerings on the edge of certain coves, not for the gods, but for those who never returned. A piece of carved wood, a piece of cloth, a bowl of sake left by the tide. They do not speak aloud of the black current, but they feel it always whispering under the waves, hiding something vast, something ancient, something that pulls at the fabric of reality itself. It is not a place that appears on any map, just a flow in the sea and a question that no one can answer. Not yet. Part 29. The Abyss Under the Dragon Triangle. There are places on this planet where the rules begin to seem different, where the ocean not only extends in distance, but in possibilities, becoming stranger, darker, and older than memory. One of those places is located east of Japan, between the Bonin Islands and the coast of the Philippines. Some know it as the Devil's Sea, but for others, especially locals and fishermen who have lost their boats without explanation, it is called the Dragon Triangle. At first glance, it might look like any other stretch of the Pacific, a vast, seemingly empty expanse. But this triangle has earned a reputation almost as infamous as that of the Bermuda Triangle. Disappearances, distortions, ghost ships, and ancient legends swirl around this part of the ocean like a fog that refuses to dissipate. And the more you delve into the stories, the more impossible it becomes to look away. The mystery does not begin with a single incident, but with a pattern. For centuries, Japanese maritime records described strange vanishing points in this region. Entire fleets vanished without a trace. In the 1950s, the Japanese government officially declared the area unsafe for navigation after 5 military ships disappeared within years. More than 700 people were lost, and the remains were never recovered. These were not small fishing boats or isolated accidents. They were guarded and manned warships, sailing under a clear sky and simply ceased to exist. One of the most cited stories is that of the Ko Maru No. 5 research vessel, which disappeared in 1953. While investigating the disappearance of other ships, equipped with an expert crew and the most advanced equipment of the time, the Ko Maru sent a last radio signal before going silent. When the search efforts began, nothing was found, not even a floating box or a life jacket. The mission to find answers only added another unresolved chapter to the growing mystery. But to understand why the Dragon Triangle has such a disturbing weight, one must go back beyond modern maritime records and delve into ancient myths. In Japanese folklore, there are stories of underwater palaces and dragons that guard invisible thresholds under the sea. Some fishermen speak of whirlpools that open without warning and drag entire boats into the depths. Others whisper about bright lights under the waves, too stable to be natural and too slow to be aircrafts. These legends go back hundreds of years and were not written in horror novels or thrillers. They were transmitted orally in the communities that lived by the sea and lost loved ones in it. Geologists have tried to explain some of these mysteries with natural phenomena. The Dragon Triangle is located on the edge of a very active tectonic region. Volcanic activity on the ocean floor could cause sudden changes in water temperature or even underwater explosions powerful enough to disturb ships or disorient pilots. Pockets of methane hydrate trapped in the seabed could destabilize and erupt suddenly, reducing the water's density and causing ships to sink without warning. Earthquakes, landslides, and deep-sea currents also contribute to this volatile environment. But even with these explanations, there is something strange about how often ships entering this area are simply never found. There are no remains, no oil slicks, no signals. It's as if some stories simply slipped through the cracks of the world. Then there are the magnetic anomalies. Several pilots have reported sudden failures of their compasses when flying over this region. Their instruments go crazy, GPS signals disappear, and radio communications fail for minutes. The sky may remain clear and the sea calm, but the instruments behave as if the world beneath has changed. Some researchers believe that this could be due to rare magnetic minerals embedded in the seabed, or perhaps fluctuations in Earth's geomagnetic field. But others are not so sure. In some of these accounts, the equipment only fails while over a specific invisible boundary, and then returns to normal the moment they leave it, as if flying over something the ocean once hidden. Among the strangest accounts are those involving temporal distortions. Some survivors, fishermen who returned stunned and confused, spoke of strange weather patterns. One of them claimed that what seemed like hours at sea turned out to be only 20 minutes when he looked at his watch. Another swore that he had seen stars appear in broad daylight, only to find himself surrounded by fog and silence. Their boats were intact, their memories blurred, and no one could quite explain where they had been or passed. Some have drawn comparisons with the Bermuda Triangle, arguing that both regions are based more on myths than measurable facts. But the Dragon Triangle has a key difference. It is much less studied. While the Atlantic has been mapped in greater detail due to trade routes and traffic, the Pacific, especially this section, remains a vast, changing realm of mountain ranges, trenches, and volcanic arcs. There are places down there that no probe has reached, no sonar has scanned, and no human being has seen. And in the silence of the unknown, legends take root. In recent years, attempts have been made to explore the region more thoroughly. Oceanographers have launched remote vehicles to map the terrain. Some of their findings have only added to the mystery. Underwater pyramids rising towards the sky, cavern systems larger than city blocks, thermal signatures without an obvious volcanic source, and, on more than one occasion, the disappearance of equipment. In full immersion, the ropes break, the signals are cut, and the ocean is just silence again. There's a specific place near the EO Bon and the trench that continues to baffle experts. It is a depression in the seabed shaped like an open eye. It is not a trench, nor a crater. It is something more. Its edge is clearly defined, as if something had burned or carved it into the Earth's crust. The sonar images show strange reflections inside, incompatible with rocks or normal sediments. Some think it is a collapsed magma chamber. Others wonder if it is something artificial or, even worse, something still active. Whatever the truth, the Dragon Triangle continues to be one of the biggest marine enigmas on Earth. It challenges our certainties. It refuses to be solved and reminds us that not all questions are ready to be answered. Sometimes they are destined to float slowly and deeply under the waves, where time forgets them and only the sea remembers them. Part 30. The Corridor of Silence under Bouvet Island. In the southern end, in the frozen embrace of the South Atlantic, there is an island so remote, so desolate, and so fiercely guarded by the elements that few human beings have ever stepped on it. Bouvet Island, a small, uninhabited volcanic island claimed by Norway, is sometimes called the loneliest place on Earth. But it is not the island in itself what attracts the attention of the deep-sea researchers and the conspiracy theorists. It is what surrounds it, or more precisely, what lies beneath. This corner of the world, protected by ice currents and whipped throughout the year by brutal winds and giant waves, has been shrouded in secrecy for a long time. It is not part of any usual maritime route. Planes rarely fly over, and due to the extreme difficulty to land, there are practically no permanent instruments installed on the island. But under the crushing silence of the frozen sea, something strange seems to stir. At the beginning of the 2000s, a joint scientific mission placed a network of underwater listening devices, hydrophones, in several zones of oceanic faults. One of them was placed near the seabed to the southeast of Bouvet Island. It was a region that was believed geologically calm, a good candidate to measure background noise. But what they recorded was anything but silence. During a period of 3 years, the sensor captured an intermittent signal that sounded artificial, but only slightly. It was a low and prolonged pulse, like the ping of a slowed-down sonar, stretched and almost devoured by distance. Each pulse lasted approximately 10 seconds and resonated weakly in the water. The sound disappeared for weeks, to reappear slightly altered, with a deeper resonance, as if it had crossed a new chamber of rock or ice. The researchers baptized it as the corridor signal, believing that it originated in a deep submarine pit near the base of the submerged volcano of Bouvet. The sonar maps of the area showed an unusually symmetrical crack that descended almost 2 kilometers into the Earth's crust. It was a place where 2 tectonic microplates met and slowly rubbed against each other. But the movement was smooth, without the discordant earthquakes that one would expect. It was unsettlingly stable, almost unnatural. Soon speculations arose. Was the signal simply a secondary effect of tectonic tension? A natural echo of submarine landslides that reverberated strangely due to the acoustics of the pit? Or was it something completely different? To some, it seemed that the pattern was too structured, not entirely random, as if trying to communicate or measure something. Since Bouvet Island is a protected natural reserve, no deep-water expedition has ever been carried out near the signal's origin. However, satellite data and occasional drone flights have observed weak, bright distortions in the waters south of the island. At first, they were dismissed as mirages caused by thermal inversion. However, some images revealed something much more disconcerting: a recurring swirl on the ocean's surface. A vortex of about 30 meters in diameter that appears seasonally during the darkest months of the region, when the sun barely touches the sky, soon came to light. A Soviet meteorological vessel, the Slavomir, documented an unusual event near Bouvet in 1979, a day in which compasses failed and the crew reported hearing a deep groan coming from the hull, although no physical stress was detected. The report was buried in old archives, but the coordinates coincide with the region that was later defined as the Corridor of Silence. To this puzzle is added a document from the Cold War, now declassified, that refers to an area of interferences in the South Atlantic with the code name Vosto Echo. Although it is vague, the file implies that submarines from several countries would temporarily lose the functionality of the sonar in this region. The interruptions of communications, the disorientation of the crew, and even the reports of ghost echoes, that is to say, sonar signals without any physical object being detected, were attributed to what a document called an acoustic curtain without apparent origin. Some believe that there is a system of deep conduits under the island that channels geothermal energy toward the pit in complex pulses, like the rhythmic breathing of the Earth. Others whisper darker possibilities, such as that the region may house a hidden base of non-human origin or a passageway, a huge network of caverns under the seabed that only opens in rare tidal conditions, exhaling strange sounds before sealing itself back into silence. What remains indisputable is this: the corridor of silence under Bouvet Island is real. The signal is real. The Dragon Triangle, in the Western Pacific, off the southeast coast of Japan, is a strip of ocean shrouded in folklore, fear, and whispered warnings by generations of sailors. It is a place that few outside Asia know by name, although its legends rival those of the Bermuda Triangle. The locals call it Marwi, the Sea of the Devil. But for the rest of the world, it is simply known as the Dragon Triangle. Drawn in broad strokes, it extends between Japan, the Bonin Islands, and Guam, forming a figure that mimics its Atlantic counterpart. And like the Bermuda Triangle, it has claimed countless ships, provoked government investigations, and left behind questions that delve into darkness. But while the Bermuda Triangle leans towards chaos, storms, currents, and missing planes, the Dragon Triangle feels different. Heavier, quieter, stranger. Beneath the surface, A chain of underwater volcanoes forms a cracked and smoking spine along the seabed. These are not ordinary volcanic mountain ranges. The seabed here is alive, groaning from tectonic friction. Japan is located at the intersection of four moving tectonic plates, and in the depths of this triangle hides a cauldron of geological energy. Trenches so deep that they press the Earth's mantle and lava chambers that breathe with ancestral heat. It is a realm in constant motion, but that movement does not always obey the patterns we expect. The fishermen of Okinawa and the Japanese coast have transmitted for centuries stories of lights that rise from the sea in the middle of the night, forming spirals in the air before disappearing. Of entire fleets swallowed not by the storm, but by silence. In the 1950s, a ship of the Japanese government, the Kalurinomat 5, was sent to investigate one of the region's underwater volcanoes. With a complete scientific team on board, the ship disappeared without a trace. No remains of the shipwreck were recovered. No signal was heard. Only a last silent radio transmission, a position marker cut off midward. Afterwards, the area was declared too dangerous to continue investigating. Later, satellite maps revealed something disturbing. Under the Dragon Triangle is a series of symmetrical ridges, parallel lines that extend almost 100 kilometers like the marks of some huge creature that scratched the seabed. Some say they are tectonic formations, mere scars of continental movement. Others believe that they resemble man-made corridors, too uniform and consistent to be accidental structures built before the sea swallowed them. Among the most persistent legends is that of the submerged city of Yanani. Off the southern coast of the Japanese island of Yanaguni is a submerged rock formation that defies any easy explanation. Huge flat terraces submerge in steps into the sea, shaped like ziggurats carved into the seabed. Its angles are sharp and its surfaces are sometimes engraved with what appear to be symbols or steps. Although conventional geology claims that the formation is natural, the result of seismic fractures, divers and researchers have observed characteristics that seem deliberate. A huge arch, stone pillars, long corridors aligned like ceremonial paths. Some propose that Yanani is a vestige of an ancient civilization, perhaps the legendary Mu or some predecessor of the primitive Japanese culture lost in prehistory. If true, it would rewrite our understanding of the chronology of civilization. If false, it will remain one of the most fascinating natural illusions ever discovered under the sea. But the deepest unease does not come from the ruins of Yanani or the volcanoes. It comes from what the ocean does with time in the Dragon Triangle. Sailors tell of clocks that slow down, compasses that spin, and radios that tune to static even on clear days. The crew of a submarine, in a post-mission report, claimed that they had lost almost an hour of perceived time. Their instruments did not change, but their own memories did not match the records. Another diver exploring the remains of a shipwreck off the coast of Hachihojima surfaced in a state of panic, babbling in a language that his team did not recognize. He had been underwater for 10 minutes, but his oxygen tank was almost empty. There are places in the ocean where the laws of physics seem to crumble, where sound curves, where gravity seems uncertain. Time forgets itself. The Dragon Triangle is one of those places. It is not noisy like a storm, nor bright like a flare, but silent, melancholic, always attentive, as if remembering things that we do not remember. For now, we pass over it, tracking its waters from satellites and sensors, pretending it's just another piece of sea. But the truth is older than our maps. The shadows down there extend beyond where we dare follow. And what sleeps in those shadows, in the heat of the pits, in the ruins under Yanani, in the faults that breathe with slow fire, does not expect to be found. It expects to be left alone. Part 32. The Forgotten Abyss of the Angola Basin, south of the equator. Far below the known maritime routes of the Atlantic Ocean, there is a region so vast and quiet that its name rarely crosses the lips of even the most experienced sailors. However, the Angola Basin extends over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. A submerged world where darkness reigns and where silence is not only the absence of sound, but something deeper, older, and more permanent. Here, between the western coast of Africa and the mid-Atlantic ridge, the seabed descends towards a cold and vast basin. It is one of the flattest and most featureless oceanic areas known to science. And yet, paradoxically, it is also one of the most mysterious, because in such an empty place, even the slightest anomaly seems monumental. Few expeditions have dared to explore the Angola Basin in detail. It is remote, difficult to access, and lacks the spectacular terrain that usually attracts research vessels. But the few who have descended in deep-sea submersibles, with towed cameras or acoustic soundings have returned with strange data. The bottom of the basin is not dotted with ridges or chimneys, but with curious depressions, circular sinkholes in the sediment, perfectly smooth and often several meters wide. They appear in patterns, rows, spirals, geometric formations that defy the chaos of nature. No volcano could have formed them. No simple current could have sculpted them. They are too regular, too precise. In one expedition, cameras lowered to almost 5,000 m captured images of a long, furrowed trench. It was not a natural rupture of the crust, but what looked like a plowed road that stretched for more than a kilometer across the seabed. The trench was flanked by irregular edges, as if something huge had scraped the bottom of the basin, displacing tons of sediment without collapsing the edges inward. The images were classified upon return. Only fragments of the original images came to light. They do not show anything definitive, but they leave a persistent sensation as if something had moved through that place. Something deliberate, something ancient. Rumors among oceanographers suggest that the Angola Basin could be the tomb of something long forgotten. Not necessarily a civilization, but perhaps a structure, a vessel, or a presence. Some even refer to it as the deep cradle, an area of such stillness that even sonar pulses behave differently when scanning it. Sound waves seem to flatten there. The echoes return slower, weaker, almost muted, as if the water were denser, heavier, or as if the basin were full of something that absorbed the sound and perhaps the thoughts. In 1996, a research station operating on the coast of Angola detected a series of rhythmic vibrations in the depths of the Atlantic. They were not seismic tremors. They did not correspond to whale migrations or tectonic movements. They occurred every 11 minutes like a breath, pulses that propagated from a single point near the center of the basin. Its origin was never identified. Eventually, the pattern stopped, but those who analyzed the data noticed something strange. The pulses were not only physical. They carried a low-frequency hum that caused anomalies in nearby navigation systems. Ships in the area reported gyroscope failures, flickering lights, and, in one case, the sensation of being followed by something just below the keel, even in calm seas. No shipwreck remains have ever been recovered in the Angola Basin. That in itself is strange. Such an extensive area of the ocean should have collected debris from storms, drifting containers, fallen satellites. But the basin is disturbingly clean, as if it absorbed something more than sound, as if it swallowed memory. In one of the few dives on the edge of the basin, a veteran pilot named Kasim Barto reported seeing a faint glow in the water in front of the submersible, a distortion similar to a heat mirage underwater. For a brief moment, his instruments broke down. The lights dimmed. The external camera went out. When it worked again, the glow had disappeared, but the timestamp of the internal record had advanced 4 minutes. BTO swore that they had not moved, but the coordinates had shifted slightly, as if the ocean had pushed them or reset something. There is a legend among West Africa's coastal communities about a sea that remembers. They speak of a place where spirits of the drowned are not lost, but stored, not in torment, but waiting. According to these stories, the deeper the basin, the older the memory. The Angola Basin, they say, remembers everything. Not only shipwrecks, whales, or fallen satellites, but forms that moved through the earth before we had names for them. Some believe that the basin is one of the hidden lungs of the earth, a place where ancient life still beats, where the things we once knew perhaps instinctively, have simply become silent. They have not become extinct. They have not disappeared. They're only asleep, waiting under sediments, under the hum of forgotten frequencies, still listening, still breathing. And perhaps that is the reason we avoid it. Not because it is noisy and dangerous, but because it is too still, too perfect. A place so quiet that it begins to look like a mirror that reflects time itself. Not the chaos of the ocean, but the emptiness that lies beneath it. Part 33. The Forgotten Currents of the Sea of Scotland. The Sea of Scotland is not announced as other parts of the ocean are. It lurks in the silence between Antarctica and South America, beyond the reach of most cargo or tourist routes. Here, the wind is constant, whispering over the gray surface as if protecting something. The water is a cold slate color most days, and the sun, when it appears, never seems to warm anything. This is not a quiet place. The Sea of Scotland is surrounded by the islands of South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands to the north and east, and by the Antarctic Peninsula to the south. Oceanographers describe it as a subantarctic basin, but that sterile term does not fully capture what it feels like here. It is as if the sea were suspended in a forgotten tension, too still in some places, too violent in others. Under the surface, ancient volcanic mountain ranges and deep oceanic trenches cut the seabed like scars. Some say that the Scotia Plate is one of the most geologically active microplates on Earth. However, it remains one of the least understood. Earthquakes occasionally shake this underwater world, although few feel them. What we do see are the effects: mud outcrops, altered currents, and strange readings on scientific sensors that seem to contradict what is known about the ocean's behavior. One of the most disconcerting phenomena of the Sea of Scotland is the inexplicable disappearance of acoustic signals. Submerged devices intended to map the seabed or track the migratory patterns of marine life have stopped emitting signals here, not once or twice, but again and again. In some cases, the signals return distorted, fragmented, like a broken whisper from the depths. In other cases, the equipment is recovered later, apparently intact, but without having recorded anything during the mission. Some researchers have speculated about anomalous magnetic interferences, possibly due to volcanic activity or underwater vents, but others suspect something stranger is at play, something that distorts more than signal data. And then there are the creatures, or rather, their absence. Despite its proximity to Antarctica's nutrient-rich waters, certain regions of the Sea of Scotland are strangely barren. The sonar pings in these areas return almost no echo. Fish, krill, and even plankton seem to avoid these areas as if something invisible were driving them away. Some explorers have referred to these gaps as dead corridors. The term is not scientific, but the sensation it evokes feels accurate. Immersion vessels that pass through them often report strange pressure fluctuations, brief interference in communication systems, and sensations of disorientation, even among experienced crews. One particularly disturbing account comes from an unmanned submersible sent by a British research team in 2011. As it descended beyond 2,000 m near the South Orkney Plateau, its onboard cameras captured something unexpected, a huge shadow that moved slowly and seemed to glide just beyond the visible range. The images were not clear enough to identify anything concrete. No eyes, no limbs, no distinctive features were seen, only movement. A large and deliberate movement. The submersible's depth sensors also recorded a sudden drop in pressure, as if something huge had displaced the surrounding water. The researchers, fearing hysteria, never made the images public, but rumors persist within the oceanographic community. Even the weather in this sea does not follow a predictable rhythm. The winds change direction rapidly. Storms form quickly without the usual warning signs and disappear just as fast. Pilots flying at low altitude in research aircraft have described strange turbulence that does not fit meteorological models. Some even report the sudden formation of cloud walls that dissipate like mirages, dense enough to block instruments, but disappearing moments later. It is as if the Sea of Scotland itself were toying with perception. Perhaps the most disturbing of all are the ancient records, centuries-old diary entries from whalers and early explorers who speak of gray skies without nights and of stars that blink but never move. They describe compass needles that spin without cause and the sound of what a sailor called a wind that comes from under the water. These are not isolated anecdotes from different ships with decades of difference, but the same strangenesses are repeated. A sensation of being watched, of being inside something. Modern science has done little to discredit these ancient accounts. In fact, when trying to map the Arc of Scotland, geologists have discovered strange anomalies in plate movement. Some displacements do not follow known patterns of tectonic behavior. One theory suggests the presence of a partially detached subduction zone, an ancient buried trench that could continue to drag cold and dense crust towards the mantle. If true, it could explain seismic activity and perhaps even the distortion of magnetic fields, but not everything. Neither the signals that disappear, nor the moments of silence that feel too heavy, nor the corridors of lifeless water. The Sea of Scotland remains a place where theories dissolve into shadows and explorers often leave with more questions than answers. A place where the sea is not only cold and remote, but also unstable, as if remembering something that we do not. And perhaps it does not want us to remember either. That is why ships pass quickly through its heart, barely stopping. The data collected here is often incomplete, inconclusive, or simply strange. It is a gap in the map that resists being filled, a sea that moves away from observation. Whatever lives in the Sea of Scotland, whether geological, biological, or something completely different, seems happy to remain hidden. And perhaps that is the crux of it. Not everything in the ocean is destined for discovery. Some places are forbidden, not by decree, but by nature itself. And the Sea of Scotland, cold and restless, may be one of them. Part 34. The Fault Under the Kurt Trench. Far from the noisy and luminous coasts, where the land gives way to the deepest darkness, the Kurt Trench lies like a scar on seabed. North of New Zealand, it enters the Pacific Plate. This trench is one of the least explored abysses on Earth. It extends over more than 1,000 kilometers and reaches depths of more than 10,000 m, almost as deep as the Mariana, but much more isolated, surrounded by volcanic arcs and faults that grew with ancestral tension. But even in a region known for its depth, there's an area along the trench that few dare map. A narrow crack that appears on sonar as a tear in the seabed itself. It is not just a fissure, but a rupture in the very structure of the crust, as if some force had separated the ocean bottom and left it bleeding darkness. Researchers call it the axial rift zone, although unofficial names are bandied about in academic circles. The black mouth, the silent door, the place where currents die. The first scans carried out by autonomous submersibles revealed anomalies that defied classification. Instead of the smooth V shape of most trenches, the axial fault descends in irregular terraces. Each step is irregular and uneven, like a dilapidated staircase descending into shadow. The deepest part, shrouded in sediments and pressure gradients impossible to track, offers no clear readings. It does not return the echo of sonar as it should. It swallows sound completely. The first expedition that attempted to descend to the fault took place in 2007. A Japanese research vessel equipped with an advanced remotely operated vehicle called Himiko sent the submersible toward the base of the trench. At about 9,800 m, something changed. The instruments on the surface began to receive erratic pressure readings, and the image from the Himiko's camera began to blur, not from static, but something else. The image curved as if refracted through invisible waves. Water, yes, but it was not moving normally. The shapes were soft, unnatural, almost as if they were shadows moving through the lens, although the lights showed nothing. Then, for 22 seconds, the transmission was completely cut off. When it returned, the submersible had shifted laterally, almost 200 m off course. Its navigation logs showed no propulsion or external force. It had simply shifted as if space itself had pushed it aside. Himiko was recovered without damage. But the images, the few usable ones, were immediately blocked by the ship's sponsoring agency. No public explanation was given. The only clue came later, when one of the engineers, speaking off the record, mentioned a phrase. It was like falling into something that didn't want to end. Since then, few have returned to the axial fault. Not because it is inaccessible, but because it is silent. The kind of silence that unsettles you, not for the lack of sound, but for the feeling that there should be sound and that it is being stolen. Divers have spoken of hearing their own breathing differently in the nearby waters, as if the sea's density changed as you got closer. The ocean presses harder. Echoes do not bounce. Even whales seem to avoid it. Migratory routes curve around it in a pattern too consistent to be random. Marine biologists who try to take samples near the fault reported capturing almost nothing. The few organisms recovered were strangely pale, even for deep-sea life, and their internal structures showed signs of developmental abnormalities, clusters of disjointed nerves, translucent bones, and even apparent movement. One creature, a type of amphipod, moved with a slow, circular rhythm, not responding to light or vibrations. It simply floated. It gave the impression of being something born in silence and shaped by it. Speculative theories have emerged in obscure scientific articles and declassified naval notes. One suggests that the rift marks a geologically fractured node, a place where the Earth's magnetic fields can intersect in unpredictable ways. Another postulates that it could be an opening to a previously unknown fault zone, one that moves horizontally in microsaccades, too fine to be measured by traditional seismometers, but strong enough to distort space in subtle and disturbing ways. However, some theories go further. A stranger one, proposed anonymously in an old forum and later deleted, spoke of the rift as a threshold, a pressure gate where the laws of deep-sea physics begin to break down. The user claimed to be a technician from one of the first expeditions. His last message was cryptic. It doesn't look like a hole. It looks like a mouth, like something waiting to breathe. There is no official ban on exploring the rift, but none of the marine programs in the region fund descents anymore. Ships pass quickly overhead, and sonars are placed further away than usual. Even the fishing fleets operating near Tonga and the Kurdic Ridge stay away, saying little more than the lines don't pull there. Somewhere beneath that dark seam in the trench, perhaps deeper than we can ever reach, something waits, not in the sense of a creature or a monster, but something more abstract, a pressure, a stillness, a place that should never be entered, only skirted. The axial fault lies silently under thousands of meters of crushing water, indecipherable, untouchable. It is not the deepest place on Earth, but it may be the most unknown. And that is what makes it sacred in a way, sacred and forbidden. Because the ocean doesn't always hide things tightly. Sometimes it simply waits, knowing that we will look away. And in this place where sound is consumed, light blurs, and currents die, that wait becomes a warning. One that we cannot explain, one that we dare not ignore. Part 35. The Zone of Murmurs under the Yucatan Platform. There are places in the sea where silence reigns, and there are places where sound itself seems to accumulate in layers, changing, like a memory that keeps resonating long after the voice is gone. Just off the Yucatan Peninsula, under the wide limestone platform that juts into the Gulf of Mexico, lies one of those places, a zone of disturbing pressure and inexplicable acoustics, where the ocean not only roars or whispers, but murmurs constantly, softly, ceaselessly. A few researchers who studied the site during acoustic mapping studies of the region's seabed topography call it the murmur zone. The limestone under the Gulf is riddled with caves, underground rivers, and sinkholes that formed during the last glaciation, when sea level was much lower. When the glaciers melted and the sea rose, it swallowed this complex network of tunnels, collapsing some, flooding others, and leaving behind a labyrinth of submerged chambers that writhe under the modern seabed like veins under pale skin. The murmur zone is located at the convergence of several of these chambers, about 80 kilometers from the coast and 200 m deep. It is not particularly deep compared to the ocean trenches, but it is deep enough to remain out of reach of divers in daylight. It first came to attention during a routine geological scan, when audio sensors detected a low, rhythmic pulse, something too structured to be mere noise, too constant to be marine life, a sound that repeated every 47 seconds. It was not a machine, nor organic, it was simply there. When a second study confirmed the anomaly, a small team was sent to investigate. What they found was a long, smooth depression in the seabed, as if a finger had pressed into the bottom of the ocean, leaving a mark. In the center of this depression was a hole. It was not a sinkhole, nor a vent, just a clean circular hole in the rock, 2 m in diameter, that led to darkness. The cameras introduced into it only revealed darkness at first. Then, strange textures, a flash of movement. Not life, but movement, as if the walls of the well breathed or pulsed to the rhythm of the murmur. The audio, when played on the surface, made the technicians visibly uncomfortable. It was not exactly a terrifying sound. It was silent, almost calm, but something in its rhythm seemed too intentional, too close. It did not resonate like other underwater recordings. It felt close somehow, as if the sound did not travel towards the ear, but emerged from within. Even more disturbing, the equipment began to behave strangely when positioned over the hole. The compass readings deviated. The internal clocks slowed a few milliseconds per hour. A submersible reported inconsistencies in pressure that did not match the surrounding depths, as if the water above the well had its own density, a localized and invisible bubble of altered weight. An operator described the sensation that the vehicle was being watched from below, although there were no signs of life. When an underwater drone was sent to the well to continue exploring, it reached a depth of 35 m before the signal degraded. Just before losing contact, the camera captured an image of the tunnel that did not curve downwards, but to the side, toward a hollow chamber with stone-like formations lining the walls in almost perfect rings, like the inside of a shell or the striated edge of an ancient petrified coral. And on the floor of that chamber, partially hidden by silt, something shone, a barely visible metallic object, smooth, angular, unusual in this part of the world. The transmission cut off seconds later. Attempts to recover the drone failed. Its cable had come loose, as if the current cut it. However, the water in the well was calm. When another team returned weeks later, the hole disappeared. It had not collapsed or caved. It had disappeared. The depression in the seabed was still there, but where the well used to open was now only smooth, fused limestone, without fractures or scars. The murmur had ceased. Since then, the sound has returned 3 times. Always weak, always brief, and always from a slightly different position along the platform. It moves, or maybe the platform moves around it. Some theorize that it is a natural resonance created by the pressure of the tides in submerged cave systems, which vibrate in a specific way. Others suggest that it is methane pockets or sound illusions induced by gas. But a small number of researchers, those who have heard the raw audio in person, suspect something stranger. The human brain is attuned to patterns. It craves rhythm, repetition, meaning, and the murmur plays with that instinct. It sounds almost like a language, not any language, but a breath, a whisper, a message trying to be born. A retired marine geologist who had studied the site for more than a decade made an offhand comment during a podcast appearance that was subsequently removed from the archive. He said, "There are things down there that think in pressure, not in time, or hunger, only in presence. The murmur is them remembering that we came." There is no official agency that supervises the area of the murmur. It is marked as a low-risk anomaly on the navigation charts, with vague references to unstable terrain. But the fishing boats that operate near the Campeche Bay stay away, whispering stories of strange catches, of radios that whistle softly even when turned off, of dreams that become too vivid after a night in those waters. Dreams that hum and sync with something ancient just beneath the surface. Whether it's a trick of the rock and sea or a true mystery, the murmur area remains one of the Gulf's most elusive enigmas. It does not shout its secrets. It does not demand attention. It simply waits, murmuring, as if humming a song only the ocean knows, as if it waited patiently for someone to respond one day. Part 36. The ghost net of the Tasmania Sea, south of New Caledonia, is where the Tasman Sea extends wide and remote between the eastern coast of Australia and the rugged islands of New Zealand. There is a peculiar region often ignored by maritime maps, not because it is unexplored, but because what was mapped has made many wonder if it was ever real. The locals call it the ghost net, a place where satellite images once revealed a geometric network onto the waves. A huge underwater network, larger than some countries, engraved on the seabed as if designed by colossal hands. It all started with a subtle anomaly on Google Earth in the late 2000s. Users browsing the ocean floor noticed something strange. Lines, not natural tectonic lines or plate fractures, but straight lines that crossed, ran parallel, and formed squares, rectangles, and even what looked like avenues and dead ends. A sunken city. That was the first leap. The internet exploded with theories. Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, lost alien bases, an underwater base used during World War II. Almost immediately, however, official statements were issued stating that the lines were nothing more than data artifacts, sonar mapping glitches caused by overlapping prospecting routes. Case closed. And yet it wasn't. Deep-sea researchers who visited the region, either independently or under discrete research institutions, reported subtle anomalies. Sonar equipment experienced ghost images, ghostly returns suggesting terrain not physically present. The grid appeared on some scanners and disappeared from others. The currents changed unusually in the area, forming gentle spirals not explained by wind patterns or the slope of the seabed. Most disturbing, communication signals between research vessels and satellites sometimes suffered brief, abrupt interruptions, something that rarely occurs in such open waters. A deep-sea research team from Nueva Zelanda, intrigued despite the widespread rejection, sent a submersible drone to investigate the depth coordinates most related to the grid. What they found was a seabed more structured than it should have been. There were no visible buildings, no ruins, but ridges of sediment arranged in unnatural linear formations, cliffs forming perfect right angles, and long depressions in the ocean floor matching the sonar lines, as if the ground itself once had a shape and had then been buried by eons of sediment and marine changes. The most perplexing discovery came as magnetic echoes. As the drone scanned the terrain, it detected what one researcher called ghost interference. These were not real magnetic fields, but residual images of them, like a memory etched into the electromagnetic skin of the Earth, shapes, corners, joints, as if something had been powered there in the past, something huge, and now only the shadow of its presence remained. Skeptics argued that these readings could result from underwater cables or even naturally aligned mineral formations. But the pattern was too precise, the intervals too consistent, and, most strangely, the network was not entirely static. Over the years, its coordinates shifted slightly, sometimes up to a kilometer, as if the entire network was slowly drifting or reorienting under the sea. Some suggest that the network is a vestige of an ancient civilization, long erased by tectonic movements. Others say it is the basis of a failed human experiment, perhaps an underwater city from the Cold War era that was dismantled and covered up. Some even whisper that it is alive, that the network is not a vestige of something built, but something that has grown. A pattern formed by a life form so vast, so slow, and so strange that we cannot recognize it as life. A chilling account comes from a sailor aboard a Nueva Zelanda cargo ship that unknowingly drifted through the region in 2014. During the 2 days the ship spent over the network area, the crew reported electrical anomalies, light bulbs that glowed dimly even when unplugged, and radios that picked up strange rhythmic static pulsing like a breath. One of the crew members, an elderly engineer, claimed that he woke up in the middle of the night with a vivid dream where he was under the ocean, walking through endless corridors made of black coral illuminated by a soft blue glow that came from nowhere. The dream ended when he turned a corner and saw himself standing at the end of the hallway. In less than a year, the network disappeared from most satellite images. If you look for it now, you'll find only a deep blue, featureless seabed. Google Earth updated its data. The failure was corrected. The debate was settled, but the area remains under discreet observation. Certain oceanographic vessels with vague designations, such as seabed sediment analysis or current velocity sampling, are still sent there. None return with public data. No one ever publishes sonar images. The region remains calm, silent, and unclaimed for now. The Ghost Network continues to ignite the imagination because it violates our understanding of what it should be. The ocean is a realm of curves and chaos, of shifting dunes and extensive reefs, not squares or grids or straight lines drawn along kilometers of virgin seabed. When geometry appears in nature, there's usually something intelligent behind it. And if that intelligence once lived under the Tasmanian Sea, the question is no longer where it went, but if it really left.